Aloha kakahiaka kako. Welcome everybody to our Maui Planning Commission meeting of Tuesday, November 26, 2024. Director, roll call, please.
Good morning. Commissioner Hippolito.
Good morning, Chair, fellow commissioners, Director. I'm in my office, Kaholoi, alone.
Great. Commissioner Dikos is excused. Commissioner Kealoha.
Good morning, everyone. I'm home in Paia, my office.
Mahalo.
Hello.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Aloha, aloha mai kako. Nice to see you today virtually. I am at home alone in Wailuku.
Mahalo. Commissioner Ward.
Hello, everybody. I'm actually in the room.
Thanks for confirming that. Vice Chair Thompson.
Aloha, good morning all.
Good morning. Chair Thayer.
Yes, I am here. Thank you. So looking at an overview of our agenda, we have good variety today. One public hearing item on a SMA use permit, our contested case hearing on Grand Wailea, and a communication item regarding an on-site inspection in Lahaina. And this third one, we really want to make sure that we get to because it's got some timing considerations involved. And so if there are no objections, I would like to move this one to the front of the agenda. Thumbs up I see from everybody. Okay, so Director, item D1, please.
Certainly. Requesting the Office of Information Practices for concurrence to conduct a limited meeting without videotape recording for the Maui Planning Commission's on-site inspection of Front Street, Lahaina, due to impracticable public attendance. The on-site inspection will be for special management area and shoreline informational purposes only, including the current status of the wildfire affected region of Front Street. The on-site inspection across Front Street may also include Ala Moana Street, Papalaua Street, Dickinson Street, Shaw Street, and the beach access near the intersection of Front Streets and Kaula Road. No action will be taken at the on-site meeting. The Commission may determine that it is necessary to hold the limited meeting pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statutes, Section 93 or 92-3.1A. And Anna Lillis is available to give a presentation on this, our Deputy Director.
Yes, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. So I am sharing my screen and my name is Anna Lillis. I am the Deputy for Planning. I'll be discussing the limited meeting that the Director introduced today. And so I'll be going over what a limited meeting is, the reasons why the Maui Planning Commission should conduct a limited meeting for Front Street, Lahaina, and surrounding areas. And finally, hopefully I'll make this quick, but you folks do need to discuss and vote on the limited meeting request that will be submitted to the Office of Information Practices if you vote in the affirmative. So for an overview, HRS provides criteria for a board to conduct an on-site inspection that is closed to the public. So although the public would not be allowed to physically attend or provide oral testimony, they would be able to view the agenda, your board packet, and submit written testimony for the Commission to review. So on today's agenda, you'll also notice OIP's application that will be filled out by the department if you vote in the affirmative and can be submitted to OIP for their concurrence for the limited meeting to occur. So after you folks discuss, 2/3 would need to vote in the affirmative. So that means 6 for the Maui Planning Commission. And the Office of Information Practices must review the meeting minutes, which is important why you must discuss it yourselves. And potentially they would concur with the board that would allow the limited meeting to happen. If granted, no decisions can be made at the meeting. It would be for informational purposes only for the on-site inspection. So the limited meeting criteria, you have to discuss why it is necessary to have an on-site inspection, whether the on-site location is either dangerous to health or safety or public attendance isn't practicable. The department feels as though public attendance isn't practicable, and I'll go over those reasons. So optionally as well, you can request a waiver of videotape recording, but we would still provide meeting minutes to the public. So they would still be able to review what was discussed at the meeting, but the department does feel as though a videotape waiver is appropriate for this highly sensitive area. So why conduct an inspection? We would like the commission to have the opportunity to visually integrate the special management area rules, including the shoreline rules, to the current conditions of Front Street post-August 2023 wildfires. As you folks know, by charter, the Maui Planning Commission has significant approval authority for projects in the special management area, which includes major regions of parcels affected by the August 2023 wildfires. Taking this commission to the area is important as focus on recovery efforts increases, and especially in regards to permits that will return our residents home and rebuild Lahaina. Additionally, spatial recognition of existing and cleared areas is important, as many of us may have seen maps. However, seeing the on-site view is important for the commission to make a well-informed decision moving forward on potential applications. But the inspection especially may guide future discussion on ideas for ways to expedite certain developments if practicable, and conditions to mitigate impacts of future development given the highly changed area of Front Street. So public attendance is practicable. Here are a few reasons why the department feels that this is appropriate. Front Street is closed in many important areas. Checkpoints still exist for crowd control and critical security efforts, especially in regards to restricted access only being given to property owners and essential government functions that allow for essential operations, including hazardous debris removal, to continue, and limiting the public to access this area is still important at this point for recovery and debris removal purposes. And additionally, we feel as though it would be an unmanageable volume of public wanting to view the meeting alongside you folks, and we would need to crowd control them, which is not practicable for the department to conduct at this time. So discussion and vote that needs to happen amongst you folks. If you feel that this is something you would like to pursue with the Office of Information Practices, you would need to discuss the reasons for the limited meeting. You would need to discuss why the area is potentially impracticable for the public to attend, and potentially request the video recording waiver, and possibly as well provide us polling dates for you folks to attend. I confirmed with OIP, we don't need the polling date at the time of this meeting and potential affirmative vote, but we can do that offline if you folks would like to request this from Office of Information Practices. But especially per their application, we do need to say the date that we are requesting to conduct this meeting. So I'm available for any questions, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you for that presentation. I think we'll go to public testimony and then questions from the commission. Do we have anybody signed up to testify on this item? Nope. Okay. I'll make last call for public testimony on this. Closing in 3, 2, 1. Okay, public testimony is closed. Commissioners, what questions do you have for staff? Vice Chair.
Sure, thanks, Chair. So mine is, how many of these properties have over-the-water state leases? That would be important to know. A lot of those had where they hung over the water, they had state leases for that. So if we can incorporate that and have that info, that'd be great.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair. So currently we don't have that number available, but in terms of wildfire affected region, shoreline parcels with damaged buildings, for commercial, we have 22, and for residential, it's 64. So I'm not sure of the number of how many had over the DLNRs, the land leases you were referring to, but if this meeting happens, we can certainly provide that information as part of the board packet.
You.
Sorry, I want to make sure I heard you right. 22 commercial and 64 residential properties that are on the shoreline?
Yes, with damaged
Okay.
buildings, yes.
Commissioners, further questions? What other questions do you have? Clarification, reason? Everybody good? Director?
I just, to go support on this, you do need to have a discussion. So even if you don't have any questions, I think it's important for the group to say, if you think this is a good idea, why you think it's a good idea, et cetera. So just.
Yeah, so we need kind of like meeting minutes to support this request to OIP.
Yeah,
So,
Chair.
oh, Mr. Hopper and then Commissioner Ward.
Just the criteria, HRS 92-3.1A1, the board determines, you can have the meeting after, the board determines after sufficient public deliberation that it is necessary to hold the limited meeting and specifies that the location is dangerous to health or safety, or that the on-site inspection is necessary and public attendance is impracticable. And then you need a 2/3 vote of which you're entitled, so that's 6. But that's what the law says, so they want you to have a public deliberation that is necessary to hold the meeting and the finding that it's either dangerous to health or safety or the inspection is necessary and public attendance is impracticable. So that's what the rules are.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hopper. And just refer everybody to Deputy Director Lillis's presentation. Slide 7 has the items that we need to work through. Commissioner Ward.
I was going to ask, do we want to have a motion to, excuse me, to open it up for discussion, or do we want to have discussion? Because I'd be happy to make a motion.
I think you could have a motion in a second and then that can be your deliberation. I mean, I think technically deliberation is only after you've had your motion in a second. So yeah, if you want to make a motion and then get into that discussion, I think that's fine.
So Chair, if I may.
Sure.
I'd like to move forward with a limited meeting for the inspection of Front Street without public attendance due to its impracticality and without video recording.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a second? Second from Vice Chair. Okay. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Lindsay. I saw Vice Chair first. Okay. As they move on, would you like to speak to your motion?
Certainly. I think as has been pointed out that being on site as we make decisions, especially on the shoreline, understanding specifically what buildings were impacted, maps can only do so much. Aerial overviews can only do so much. Physically being able to see what it is that we need to make decisions on and make choices, I think would be important for the community.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
Sure.
Okay. Further discussion from the commission. We can go in rounds. Unless somebody wants to start first, I will call on you, everybody online. Commissioner Lindsay.
Sorry, I blanked out what were you saying?
So we need to have like a group discussion on this so we can memorialize this in our minutes and provide supporting documentation for the request to OIP.
Okay, given the sensitivity of the area and the impact it has had on our community, and I think this is just the beginning of starting to the rebuild for Maui. I think that it is important that everyone isn't, that is important we do this and it needs to happen, and the logistical concerns are very valid in the area given the sensitivity of culture and space and community. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hippolito and then Commissioner Kealoha.
Yeah, Chair, I feel that this is essential for us to do a site visit. But I have a question for Deputy Director Lillis. You know, it states that it's dangerous. Could you clarify when you say dangerous for the public? Could you expand more for my knowledge?
Thank you, Commissioner. At this time, the department could entertain discussion on why it is dangerous. However, the type of limited meeting that OIP would be looking to affirm was either that the location is dangerous to health or safety, or that public attendance is impracticable, and the department feels as though the logistical concerns and need for security of the region makes the public attendance impracticable for the purposes of the limited meeting and on-site inspection.
So would it be because of the quantity of people? For us as commissioners, would it be safe for us to access those areas?
The quantity of people is a concern, as well as crowd control and reports of people trying to enter the area without authorized or official purpose for to be on to these properties that have no security, essentially. And so we do feel as though it would be safe for the commission to attend the on-site inspection, and we would be happy to provide any sort of PPE, public safety equipment, masks, what have you, to ensure everyone is safe on the commission if you decide to conduct the on-site inspection.
Thank you, Deputy. Chair, that's my questions for now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kealoha.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Lindsay's comments. And then just to speak to the second question, I think because so much of the area is still closed to the public and like for the water quality work that we do down there, we have to get like access passes, which are really challenging to get. You just couldn't get that amount of passes for all of the people that would want to come to this. And there's like heavy machinery everywhere. So I think public attendance would be impracticable just given like all of those logistical issues and then like managing crowds to keep everyone safe and in a confined area away from like debris and stuff like that. So I would agree.
Thank you. So I would say I concur. So that basically covers the reasons for the limited meeting, why public attendance is impracticable. The third one is the video recording waiver. And I would put forth that, again, due to the sensitivity of the area, these being very personal places that have a lot of feelings associated with them and everything, that a video waiver would be appropriate as well. So Deputy, does that cover all of the points that we are meant to cover in this discussion?
Yes, Chair, thank you. And if there is an affirmative vote, our staff would be in touch with you all to see about scheduling a date for this limited meeting that would be posted and available for the public to view and submit written testimony. Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And following up on that, would the date would be outside of a regular meeting day? It would be some other day of the week?
We can schedule that with you. We can use a regularly scheduled meeting. However, there are items that are on the docket and in line. And so it would be more ideal, we feel, to find a special meeting date to conduct this on-site inspection, if that were to work out with everyone's schedules.
Okay, thank you. We'll look forward to that poll from you. So I think there being no further questions or discussion, we can call for the vote.
Commissioner Hipolito,
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha,
Aye.
Commissioner Lindsay,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Vice Chair Thompson, Chair Thayer.
Aye,
That's 6 votes in favor.
thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Chair. Thank
everybody.
you, Commissioners.
Yes. All right, so back to the top of the agenda, item B1, our public hearing item for today. Director.
Mahalo, Chair. Rory Frampton on behalf of the Maui County Department of Water Supply requesting a special management area use permit to install and operate a proposed new gray water reuse system to include 1, a recycled water collection system, 2, a 3,303 square foot gray water treatment facility, 3, a 22,000 gallon holding tank, 4, a photovoltaic system, 5, a gray water irrigation system for the eastern portion of Kanaha Beach Park, and 6, drainage bioswales, number 6, drainage bioswales located at Kanaha Beach Park in central Maui at TMK 2, 3, 8, 001, 019 portion, Island of Maui, Hawaii. This is SM1 2023-00015, and Jim Buika is our planner for this project.
Aloha, good morning,
Morning.
Chair Thayer, Vice Chair Thompson, Commissioners, congratulations, Commissioner Ward, on your appointment. And just like to say on behalf of our planning director and the planning staff, We thank all of you for all of your hard work and heavy lift and good job you do for the people of Maui. So thank you very much. Before you today is an application for a Kanaha Beach Park gray water reuse system, first of its kind in the state of Hawaii. I have online with me who's already taken off for his Thanksgiving vacation, Rory Frampton, but I told him this was the only slot, you better be here. So Rory is the main applicant representing the Department of Water Supply. So this is a Department of Water Supply permit that is being conducted or proposed and implemented for the Department of Parks and Recreation on Kanaha Beach Park. So Rory has control of the slides. And with the chair's permission, what I suggest is I can provide just a very quick project overview, 5 minutes, and then I'll shift to Rory. He can give a 10-minute graphical presentation of what's going on. Back to chair for testimony and question Q&A and deliberations, and then finally the department's recommendations. So do you concur, Chair?
Yes.
That's good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you
Yeah,
very much.
commissioners, so just to make sure, take notes. After public testimony, you'll have time for questions.
Thank you very much. I'll just go over a few details and defer mostly to Rory. So the purpose of today's meeting is to respectfully request the Maui Planning Commission's assessment and approval of a special management area use permit for the Kanaha Park gray water reuse system. So it's a kind of a two-part permit where most of this involves the Department of Health through a reuse permit, very complex and heavy-duty monitoring. The SMA is pretty minimal, and that's what we're here to do today. Look at the physical development on the coastal area and to look at its impacts, and actually some of the very positive impacts of the project. Next is, I'll just introduce the project team. Flip away there, Rory, one for me, thank you. Rory Frampton has been a consultant for 30, 40 years on the island, knows his stuff and is representing Department of Water Supply. The applicant is Robert DeRobles, Water Resource and Planning Division in the Department of Water Supply, and any of you know him. He's very forward-thinking, and that's why we have this project in front of us today. And in person, we have engineer Jim Mothersbaugh of Water Tectonics, who is a leading cutting-edge engineer on water reuse. And also Pono Asana with Water Tectonics. And the land manager we have on line, many of you know, Patrick McCall. Thanks, Pat, for being online. He's the director of the Department of Parks and Recreation, and obviously he supports the project, but if you need personal testimony, he is here to testify and or answer any of your questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rory, but I will actually one more slide. I have one more slide of some topics. The resources you have are the Maui Planning Commission report. There are 14 exhibits. Some of those exhibits, there's a coastal assessment, pedestrian biological survey, Corps of Engineers wetland delineation. SHPD has done an archaeological reconnaissance, not a detailed archaeological inventory survey. And all of the project will be done in the eastern part of the park, as opposed to the western side of the park. The western part of the park, and Rory will have all the graphics, the western part is the ecologically sensitive part, and the eastern part where this project will occur is on basically the windsurf, seashore paspalum, Bermuda grass, ironwood tree, heavily used public part of the park. So much less environmentally sensitive as a general statement. And there are studies and surveys to back all that up. And the reason these studies and surveys are there is because they have been doing, the Parks has been doing for the last 10 years, a master plan for Kanaha Beach Park. So these are supplemental studies that are part of the exhibits. Project location and land uses, the park is in a conservation zone. It was executive ordered in 1968 to the county of Maui. So it has been managed since 1968 by the county. It's within the urban growth boundary, community plan parks, county zone airport, and it's the sea level rise exposure area. The development that is going to happen will be outside of the sea level rise exposure area, just one square 1,600-foot building. And then within the, and it's outside of the 200-foot setback under our new rules. And also the only activity that will be happening in some of the shoreline setback area is just some landscaping pipes. That's basically all is there, and those are allowable in the area. The permit requirements are, again, we're looking at the SMA today and the SMA only. The mother of all permits for this is the Department of Health, which actually Jim Mothersbaugh, speaking of mothers, has told us that the Department of Health actually has approved this project as of today. So I haven't seen the letter, but that's super good news. And so a key point is the project really will be managed by Department of Health under great scrutiny because we are reusing water to R1 levels. And Rory can explain what the project will do. So again, to conclude, there will be very limited development proposed in the special management area and in the shoreline setback area. And there will be, I think you'll find there will be minimum impacts on the SMA as Rory will present. So I'll conclude there and turn it over to Rory to show you some graphics. And then the other thing is you have in front of you, to conclude, you have another new set of plans here that were redone to accommodate the flood development permit, which has been underway also. So Rory can address those also. And I think he has those incorporated into his presentation. So Rory, over to you. I was cross-country skiing yesterday. I heard it was pretty good, huh? So yeah, I was slaving away trying to get ready, and he's out there enjoying himself. So thanks, Rory, for introduce yourself and go for it.
Thank you, Jim. I managed to get a few hours of work in yesterday too. So anyways, thank you, planning commissioners. Again, I'm Rory Frampton. I'm the planning consultant for this project. And just for full disclosure, the project was actually, the SMA application and a lot of the bulk of the work was actually done by Bill Frampton. He happens to be my brother. Bill was, towards the end of this project, a couple months ago, he got retained by another company full-time. So he asked if I could help take it over and get this project over the finish line. Other members of the team, as Jim mentioned earlier, is Robert DeRobles from the Water Department. And this is a really forward-thinking project that Robert has put forth. And then, of course, Jim Mothersbaugh's in the room. And Patrick McCall, who we listed as the land manager, because the owner, he's not the land owner, the owner of this property is actually the state of Hawaii. And as Jim mentioned, they did an executive order back in 1968, which transferred the power for basically controlling the land over to the county of Maui. So it's been a park for a long time. Let's see here. Most of you are familiar with the location of Kanaha Beach Park, Mackay of the airport. This parcel is a long, narrow parcel. It's 88 acres. This is the TMK map, again, showing the owner of the state of Hawaii and then the county of Maui as basically the lessee or the people who were executive ordered the property to. The property stretches from on the west side or Kahului side, the wastewater treatment plant. It goes right up to the wastewater treatment plant on one side and then stretches all the way down towards Sparklesville and the airport runway on the east side. Here's another aerial photo showing the property in blue, and then the area that the project is going to take place is, as Jim mentioned, focused on the western side of the park. It's owned by the state of Hawaii. It's also in the state conservation district. The conservation district is controlled by the Department of Land and Natural Resources and the Board of Land and Natural Resources. That's you can think of that as the zoning district. The county doesn't have zoning power in the conservation district. That's reserved to the state of Hawaii. So they determine the appropriate uses. And I'll go over what's necessary for that in a bit. It's in the limited subzone, primarily because of its exposure to flooding via potential tsunami. Community plan designates it park. So here's an aerial view of the park where the project area is working. And as from the west, there's the kind of the first parking lot. If you were driving in to enter the park, there's a parking lot alongside the road, and then you pull into the area where the canoe club is and the sand volleyball courts. And just for reference, there's a second park entrance that has other various parking areas, and it ends up with a larger parking area on the far eastern or Paia side. I mentioned the canoe club near the coastline, Laula Okai. And then there's two existing bathrooms. Actually, there's one existing bathroom, I'm sorry, on the western side. On the eastern side, it was burnt down by arson. I believe it was within the last year or so. This project is going to be collecting water, used water from the various hose bibs, which are shown in blue on this plan. There's 9 of them. And then in green are the showers. And so there's a total of 8 showers that the water will be collected from. I want to talk about the second bathroom, but I'll do that after the project description. This is a very important map. This is the flood zone for the area, and it's predicted that there could be up to a tsunami with waters up to 16 feet above sea level coming into this area. And so the design really has to address that. It's very important. The project description, again, it's a recycled water collection system from the showers and the hose bibs, bathroom sinks and gutters from the bathrooms. And so the water will be collected from these areas and then funneled into PVC pipes. And then they'll go into catch basins. And some of these catch basins will have sump pumps so that it can deliver the water into the central portion of the park. Will be pumped up to the gray water facility, which is going to be a 1,625 square foot standalone building with bioreactor and aeration tanks, filters, pumps, a blower, and all kinds of stuff that, as Jim mentioned, has now been approved by the Department of Health to treat the gray water. Again, first of its kind in Hawaii, as far as I'm aware of, and very rigorous testing standards will be in place in order to make sure that this treatment facility is working properly. There's a photovoltaic system which will be roof mounted and will have battery storage so that it can operate the pumps with an attempt to be as self-sufficient as possible from a power perspective. There'll be a 22,000 gallon holding tank for the treated water. So once it goes through the treatment plant, it goes into the holding tank, and that sits there until nighttime. And at nighttime, the landscape they'll irrigate the park like they do now. And so there's a gray water irrigation system to the park. There's going to be new lines that connect to the existing irrigation system. In a prior version of this project, there was bioswales incorporated, and the bioswales were going to be using subsurface irrigation, drip irrigation, and irrigating native Hawaiian plants that would be planted around them. The project shifted over to above grade irrigation, which requires a more rigorous level of treatment. But it allows for a higher volume of water. And so when that changed, there was no need for the subsurface irrigation and the new planting. So that was dropped from the project, but it stayed in the title. It stayed in the original description, but it's not in any of the plans that you see or that you may have gone through as part of the application. We have project amendments, and I believe you've been transmitted these plans today, is my understanding. And the project amendments were mainly to address the flood hazard zone standards. I mentioned the being in the tsunami zone, or the tsunami flood zone, I should say. Originally, the new building was proposed to be connected to the existing restroom building. And so it was going to be one large facility, but we've had to separate the two buildings. And that's because if we connect to the old building, the old restroom facility, we would have to bring that up to flood zone standards. And it would be very difficult to do that. It involves lifting it up off the ground and putting it on columns. So if we separate it, those buildings can stay the way they are. That's the plan now, is to leave the existing buildings as is, pull this building back, and we've eliminated the storage portion of it. But we've retained the mechanical room as it was originally designed. And so the new building has shrunken down from what was about 3,300 square feet to now it's about 1,625. And that may be push and pulled a little bit based on the size of the roof that's necessary for the solar. So that needs to be finalized. We've relocated the new structure more, I call Mauka, or south towards the airport at a higher elevation. And that allows us to, on this third point, we need to elevate the new structure with columns or pilings so that the bottom of the structure is 1 foot above the base flood elevation. So the base flood elevation, 16 feet above sea level, we need to be higher than 17 feet. We need that 1 foot cushion. And if we move back to a higher elevation, every couple of feet helps. So rather than lifting the building up 6 or 7 feet, I think we're going to be able to only have to lift it up 3 or 4 feet off the ground, and that'll be finalized with detailed elevation surveys as we go through the flood permit process. This is a map. This is the updated site plan. This is a topo map showing all the existing facilities and then the location of the new structure set back from the existing buildings, pretty close to the road. Basically trying to get it as far as we can out of harm's way. This is just a more detailed site plan, hard to see from this at this scale, but it shows an approximate distance between buildings of 45 feet. Again, this is subject to a little pushing and pulling around. There's some shipping containers back there. The ocean safety folks, all the lifeguards, they have storage equipment back there. The canoe club has storage stuff back there. So we're going to work with them. We've been working with them well. We appreciate their patience with the changing nature of this project, but we'll be able to work something out with them, I'm confident, based on our recent meetings. This is the floor plan of what I call the treatment facility, or the mechanical room as it's labeled on the plan. And it will consist of a larger bioreactor tank and an aeration tank, and with pumps and blowers and various other equipment to treat the gray water. This is the roof plan showing these various solar panels on it. This is the new cross section, or elevation, I should say, showing how the building is lifted. This is assuming a 14-foot elevation of existing ground. And 2 feet above that is the 16-foot base flood elevation, and then a 1 foot cushion. And then the bottom of the building has to be, again, 1 feet above the base flood, and it has to be designed so that water can freely flow underneath the building in the event, knock on wood, or in the event of a tsunami. another version of the elevations. This is a cross section, again, showing how the building's going to be lifted. These are plans for the showers with overhead look of the shower plan and the water faucet plan. There'll be pervious pavers that surround it. That these cross sections show the details of the water that will be going through the pervious pavers and then collected by PVC pipes, or where it will then drain into the catchment basins and then sent to the gray water treatment facility. This map shows the landscape plan. It's basically all the existing green areas, all the existing lawn areas at the park. We're not going to change the irrigation system. It's going to be the same one. It's just going to be connected to that. This shows the distribution system. Again, sorry, hard to see at this scale. But from the far end of the park, the showers, the east end, I should say, Paia Park, the Paia side, there'll be the showers, there'll be a collection system, a sump pump, which drives it down the line to the next sump pump, which drives it down to the central sump pump, which would be near the volleyball courts. And again, on the west side, same thing, the 3 showers over here will drain into there and it'll all be pumped up to the facility. This is the old site plan that showed the building being connected to the bathrooms. But as I mentioned earlier, the building will be separated. This is another version of the system, the collection system. Oh, this is the irrigation plan that shows the water coming out. And I should mention that this is designed to connect to the second bathroom that is now no longer in existence. And we've been looking at ways to try to get that permitted, working with the Parks Department. We feel it's very much related to this project. Being that it's, the water will be not only collected from this facility, but will be supplied to this facility. And we'd like to figure out a way to get that approved, not today, but possibly under this SMA permit as an amendment. In the future, we're going to work with the department to see if that's permissible, and just to see what's the best way, most efficient way, and also the most transparent way to get that new building back and built again. This is the sea level rise exposure area that Jim referred to, and you can see the new building will be outside of the sea level rise exposure area. These areas are anticipated to be inundated with high wash of the waves. It's not erosion and it's not passive flooding, but it's the annual high wave flooding is what that's the layer that reaches the farthest back in this area. And again, because we're at a higher elevation here, we would not be exposed to that. Another aerial view, this shows the former shoreline setback in green, which kind of goes through the canoe club, just past the volleyball courts and in this area. And on this 150-foot setback, some of the hose bibs and a couple of the showers are within the setback. And so replacing those facilities are allowed, which I'll go over in just a couple of minutes. With the new rules, the default setback, because there actually hasn't been any erosion across the main part of this park, and it's largely because of these growings that were put in by the military. And so the beach has actually been accreting in this area. So there's no erosion line. Instead, we fall back to the 200-foot, I call it the default setback line. There's a little erosion on the west side, there's some on the east side, but nothing that would create a larger setback than the 200-foot setback. And you can see it now, it's actually just a little Mauka of the canoe club. And but it's still Mackay of the parking lot, but it will capture a few more of the showers and hose bibs. So the required approvals, as Jim mentioned, we have obtained the Department of Health recycled water use permit, which was the most rigorous one to go through. The State Department of Land and Natural Resources controls the use of this area through the Conservation District rules. And they've determined that they've already determined that the park is an approved use in the Conservation District back in the 1970s. for this project, they consider it an accessory to the park. And accessory type uses can be approved via site plan approval. That's an administrative approval. It does not go to the land board. But we will need to get that after the SMA. We have to get the SMA first. In terms of the county, this project, because of its minor nature, did obtain a Chapter 343 exemption. Chapter 343 is the environmental impact statement law. We're before you now for the special management area use permit. After we obtain that, we'll request a shoreline setback determination from the planning department, and that determination is to ensure that the minor structures indeed do qualify as minor structures. They can qualify as minor structures if they don't impact the shoreline or have negative impacts on the environment. The flood development permit is what I went over previously, and that's why we had to elevate the building and separate it from the existing structure. So we'll be refining the plans and providing more details to the county for the flood development permit, and then of course, construction permits. The last two, the flood development permit and the construction permits, are ministerial permits or non-discretionary, as long as you comply with the regulations. So you have to comply with all the requirements, and then you can get those permits. So a project summary is basically, this is a Department of Water Supply project on parks land, but they're sponsoring it in order to reduce potable water usage and to test the feasibility of gray water reuse. So it's really an innovative and challenging project. By no means is it a piece of cake, and there will likely be many more challenges as we move forward with this in terms of making it work and working out the details. But it's worth a shot, and I think there's a lot of credit should go out again to the Department of Water Supply, but also the Parks Department for their patience and allowing this new process to be tested, if you will, become a pilot project on their property. It's a big park. It has a huge amount of water usage. And so if it is successful, it could really result in some meaningful benefits. As Jim has documented in the project report, there's been an assessment as to the rules, the goals, and the policies of the SMA and other regulatory requirements, and we feel that it meets all of those requirements. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for all your efforts serving on this volunteer board that takes up so much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rory. I'd like to add one last thing, and I'll turn it back over to the chair. Is that in the report, this project will save the county of Maui 14.4 million gallons of water per year. 14.4 million gallons. That's up to 3 million gallons of water per month. The water bill for Kanaha Beach Park is $600,000 per year, over $50,000 per month. And so there will be through the recapture, there will be a reduction of water usage by 41%, with a savings of $181,000 per year, $181,000 per year as a positive impact from if this project is successful. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Commissioner Jacobs is here.
Yeah, I mean, if Commissioner Jacobs came in the middle of the meeting, he cannot vote on the item because he would have had to have reviewed the entire contested case record. So that's because this is a contested case, that's the requirement.
Okay, so because he wasn't here for the start of the presentation and came in sometime during the middle, he can't participate.
Yeah, generally, I mean, there may be an issue as to whether he can ask questions, but as far as voting, we would have to pause, have him review the recording of what's happened already, and then come back to do that, because the issue would be he'd be voting without hearing the full record in the case. So.
Okay, so he cannot vote on this, but he can ask questions?
I mean, I think in this particular case, I think it'd be okay to ask questions here, but we'll have to look at that in the future for ongoing cases and things like that. But for this one, I think I'm okay with him asking questions. But before voting, we would need to take a recess and have time for him to the meeting. I don't know how much he missed or when he came on, or if he just came on or if he's been on, but you know, that would be the issue with the contested case generally.
But with all due respect, this is not a contested case. I do not believe. This one here?
If you need an SMA permit.
Oh, contested case. Oh, okay.
You're the applicant though, so I suppose as any issue with the commissioner participating would be to your detriment. Are you willing to waive that item and allow Commissioner Dicos to participate in questioning and voting, even though he hasn't reviewed the entire record to date? I think that's up to the applicant.
Okay, I misspoke. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's fine. And again, I think it's okay for him to ask questions in this case, but voting would be the issue because I think that the rule is before taking action, you would need to have reviewed the entire record. So I don't think there's a problem with him asking questions, but he would not be allowed to take a vote on the case.
Yeah. Commissioner Dicos, I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah, I don't need to participate in this. I missed half of it, so I'm fine recusing myself on this.
Okay. Yeah, I think you popped in towards the tail end of Mr. Frampton's presentation. Okay, we can, oh, Mr. Frampton?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to mention, well, first of all, we have no problem with Commissioner Dicos participating. Secondly, Pat McCall, the Parks Director, needs to run off to another meeting. If there's any questions for Pat, I see he's still logged on. Now's your chance. Thank you, Chair.
Is it okay if we can ask him questions just in case before?
I think it's fine. You just can't get into deliberation until you've, I think, given all that opportunity. But yeah, I think it's fine to ask him questions.
Okay.
Your questions.
So commissioners, any questions for the Parks Director before he has to depart? Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Chair. The question I have is, it was referenced that the irrigation system that's currently in place is going to be tapped into. How confident are we of the future stability of that irrigation system?
Good morning, everybody, and Commissioner, thank you for the question. Right now, the system is operational. Like any irrigation system, it will require and does require maintenance as we go along, but we will continue to monitor that and repair as needed.
Okay, it's maybe a follow-up question. I guess my question would really be around, let me rephrase my question, is what level of repairs have or major leaks have we had with the irrigation system to date, just to get an understanding of potentially what risk there might be since it's a new project?
The number one damage that we receive to our system is the lines being spiked, whether it be tents or castles, jumping castles that people use on occasion, and they will inadvertently hit a line, and then we're required to come in and repair the fractured pipe.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions for the Parks Director? Commissioner Hipolito.
Thank you, Chair. Director, on a call. Would this project require you to shut down portions or all of the parks at any one time?
At this point, I cannot directly comment to that, but I would venture to guess that we will have to shut various areas around the immediate construction for the safety of the public. As we put in, for instance, the pavers at the showers. That particular shower would be closed at the time. Also, with the proposed setback, we're out of the major area of public passage, so we don't expect that much of an interruption, but it may be necessary at various phases of the construction.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Sure. Anybody else? Further questions for the director? Commissioner Kealoha.
Hi, Director McCall. I'm actually not sure if this is for parks or for somebody else, so I'll just ask it now in case before you leave. But I was looking at the coastal report, and Mr. Frampton pointed out that the beach in front of the building area is accreting, but around it is receding or eroding. Although the berm of the beach, the width of the beach is getting smaller. I think it said because of invasives and ironwood saplings in the area. And I just, I'm curious if, I don't know if it would be county parks or who is planning, if anyone is planning to like replace that area with native plants to prevent the decreasing width of the beach.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. We do have a master plan being and worked on and developed, and part of that is we do have dune restoration and other planting types. We want to try to limit the erosion and the effects of sea level rise using natural methods, which will include planting. So that will be part of the master plan.
Excellent. Thank you.
I can also add,
Sure.
that Angela Tara Owens has a grant and will be doing dune planting along the Kahana Beach Park area, and has discussed with me potentially even like some of the drip irrigation from this project to be able to feed some of those plants. So that is imminent, I guess, within a year. So they're working on that also. So it's all coming together. Good question. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Jim.
Further questions for the director? Okay, seeing none, I think you're free to go. Thank you for being here and pursuing this project.
Thank you very much for your service, commissioners, and also for your time here and your support of the project. Aloha.
Aloha. Okay, we will go to public testimony now. Is there anybody in person or online who signed up to testify? Okay. Well, this is last call for public testimony. If you're online, please write your name in the chat. Otherwise, public testimony will close in 3, 2, 1 person. Okay. Noelani Paresa.
Aloha e kako. My name is Noelani Paresa. I live in Kahului. Thank you for the time to speak. I want to say I'm supportive of this project.
Oh, one
It's my-
second before you get into your testimony, because this is a contested case, can you just promise to tell the truth?
Oh, I promise to tell the truth.
Thank you. Yeah, please go ahead.
You're welcome. 2011, we experienced, I think it was 2011, we experienced the tsunamis when it came over from Japan, and there was a definite impact to this shoreline. I used to work at Alamo Rent-A-Car. This area, we call it NASCA's because of the former military presence at the end of the road. Anyway, the water came up over the road and into the conservatory for the birds across the street. So we support this project, our Ohana, essentially the upkeep of the water process system and to remove it from the closeness of the already eroding shoreline. We appreciate that you guys are taking into account the potential presence of iwi kupuna and the consideration of our people that might be using the park. I also want to say we appreciate the innovative ways that you guys have come up with the plan to process the water in the area. And then I had one more contribution. Oh, so this is a wetlands area, so that's reflected in the current and previous Maui plans for protection and for rehabilitation and rejuvenation of our wetlands area. So I feel like the innovation part of this plan directly contributes to the protection of that area because we don't want the water treatment byproducts to be invading our wetland system. So mahalo for your time, and again, we support this project. Aloha.
Mahalo for your testimony. Any questions for the testifier? Okay, seeing none, mahalo again. Is there anybody else signed up to testify? Okay, so now public testimony closes in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is closed. Commissioners, questions for the applicant or staff? Commissioner Kealoha, followed by Commissioner Hipolito.
I have a question about the treatment process, and I read that the nitrogen and phosphorus fertilizer in the gray water was going to be good for plants and irrigation, but that also is really bad for the ocean. So I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit about like what the removal process is, what is being removed, and how that's tested.
Yeah, so I will turn that question over to Jim Mothersbaugh, who I believe is there in person. I'll first say that again, the irrigation is going to go and be used on all the existing lawn areas. But we know that's close to the ocean, and in some of these areas, that lawn is on sand, so it could infiltrate. So I believe Jim is there. Jim, could you briefly address the question?
My name is Jim Mothersbaugh. Company is Water Tectonics. And interesting question, because you're right, the phosphorus does help the plants. In this particular process, we will be engaging 6 aeration tanks. So there will be some phosphate removal. And then from there, we're going to 3 membrane tanks. The interesting thing is that after this basic process is done, we're then going to a media filter with 3 UV systems. So the focus was to have water that was never harmful to people or animals. So this program has a 99.9999% bacterial removal, which is a log 6. So that's even better than what you're seeing anywhere else in the island.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm assuming that there's probably not a lot of nitrogen or just nutrients in general coming from, well, I guess sinks and showers, right?
Correct.
Well, actually, the question you're asking is really fascinating because it took us 2 years with the Department of Health to answer that question. And the reason is that there's no data on the flows, fluctuation at the parks. There's no data on phosphates, nitrogens, bacterial, chemical oxygen demand. This will be the first park in the state that will actually create the model for all other parks. So we'll have very heavy testing.
Okay, so testing will be testing of the gray water prior to application is part of this process?
Yep, prior and post.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hippolito.
And thank you, Chair. This is a question for Mr. Mothersbaugh again. If I could have him come up.
Hello?
Yeah,
Jim?
thank you. Couple questions. First is a control system. Is this a manual system or you will have remote access control of this system?
Interesting. So this is what we call an NSF 350 design, comes out of California and is designed to have no maintenance for 6 months. Now, the state of Hawaii has said, wow, we don't have an NSF 350 spec in our system. So we had to combine that specification with the state of Hawaii's specifications. So this is actually the most advanced NSF 350 system anywhere around. So it will be pretty much operator free after the testing periods. But we also have a backbone. So we will be collecting all the data continually online remotely. And we can manage the system.
So in case of, there were a testifier mentioned about tsunami, will you be able to, if we had a tsunami warning, shut down the system remotely?
The system will automatically shut down at what we call 4,000 units of conductivity. And so when you're in a tsunami, it's 27 to 34,000. So in the first flush, the system will automatically shut down.
Okay. Second question, what is your backup system for irrigating the properties? Should the system, this hyper system that NF, sorry, what was that
It
system?
stands for
NF
National Science
350?
Foundation, and it's just NSF 350. But let's say the system, for whatever reason, failed. Yes, we have built in a backup with the potable water. There's an air gap, so neither the treated water or the potable water ever touch each other. And so that's a requirement again of the Department of Health. Yes.
How does this air gap system work? Is it similar? It's a mechanical, similar like detector checks or backflow prevent? How does this work?
It works on the basis of a couple of things. Number one, it's a mechanical valve that shuts one off, but it also works when the sensors in the treated tank are low and we're calling for irrigation water and we don't have it in the tank. So then it will automatically feed from county water.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Sure, thank you. Further questions? Okay, seeing none, we can have the recommendation from the department. Oh, actually, sorry, I do have one question. Just making sure I understand the change in the scope of work. I think you said there's no more bioswales, so there's no more planting, and it's just gonna be keeping whatever landscaping is there now. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we can have the department.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Conclusions of law, the application meets the applicable standards for a special management area use permit as found in HRS 205A-26, titled Special Management Area Guidelines, and Section 12-202-12 of the SMA rules. The recommendation, the department recommends approval of the special management area use permit subject to 4 standard conditions and 7 site-specific conditions. I will not read the standard conditions, and I will summarize some of the site-specific conditions. That site-specific condition number 5, that the applicant shall obtain a site plan approval from the Department of Land and Natural Resources. 6, that during the construction phase, the applicant will implement a best management practices plan to include erosion and sedimentation control. 7, that the department will comply with requirements of the federal flood insurance program. 8, that construction activities will be limited to daylight hours, and also that the contractor will comply with maximum allowable noise levels for stationary equipment established by HAR Chapter 11-46 Community Noise Control as per Department of Health. 9, that the applicant will consult with the Maui County archaeologists to ensure that the proposed project will not have adverse impacts on any known archaeological, cultural, or historic resources in the area. 2 more, 10, that to accommodate any site condition changes and associated non-substantial scope of work changes, the applicant may transmit these changes to the department for assessment and approval by the department via email documentation. And 11, that the applicant shall obtain all necessary permits for the proposed project and comply with all other applicable federal, state, and county regulations. Those are the site-specific conditions. In consideration of the foregoing, the planning department recommends that the Maui Planning Commission adopt the department's report and recommendation prepared for the November 26th, 2024 meeting as its finding of fact, conclusion of law, and decision in order, and to authorize the planning director to transmit said written decision in order on behalf of the Planning Commission. This concludes the department's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, we can entertain a motion. Our options are defer, approve with conditions, approve with modified conditions, or deny. Okay, Vice Chair.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve this with the existing conditions. The 11.
In the staff report.
Yes.
Okay. Second from Commissioner Ward. Speak to your motion.
Sure, this seems like a very innovative and way to go. And I guess we'll get them on the back end. We'll know if it works really well, and maybe most of our outdoor facilities should be this way. We can save some water. Big thing. And 50,000 a month in water, that's a big savings.
Speak to your motion. Second.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think trying new innovative techniques is important, and to kind of be the first within the state, I think is kudos not only to the water department, but all that are supporting it. I think that we need to be more creative in thinking of new ways to approach old problems to really make sure that the island is maintained, retained, and rebuilt.
Thank you. Commissioners online, discussion. Commissioner Hipolito.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I want to give accolades to both the Water Department and Parks to collaboratively work together to come up with initiatives like this. I think it's great. We always talk about it. As commissioners, we always hear about R1 water, gray water reuse. I think this is a great project. There will be challenges, but the opportunities outweigh. I wish them all the success on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lindsay.
No comments, Chair.
Commissioner Kealoha. No comments. Okay. Yeah, I just want to echo my other commissioners and yes, commend the departments for working on this. It's pretty exciting that Maui County is leading the way with a project like this. Hopefully you find success and we see more projects like this. I would say I'm a little bit sad. I got really excited about the bioswales with all the native plants. But hopefully the master plan that the director spoke about will incorporate plenty more native plants from the area. You know, just further, this park is so well used by the community between the canoe clubs and birthday parties all the time. My daughter's first birthday party was here. My family's in Laiula Okai Canoe Club, and you know, one thing is we really should be making our parks really awesome because they are such an important part of our community for so many ways. So thank you again to the departments for working on this. We can call for the vote.
Just a point of clarification, is Commissioner Deco's participating in the vote or not? We had
No,
no
he is not.
concern from, okay, great. Commissioner Hippolito,
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha,
Aye.
Commissioner Lindsay,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Big eye here.
Great, and Chair.
Motion carries.
Yeah,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. On behalf of the Water Department and the Parks Department, thank you very much for your positive vote.
Thank you. Let us take a 10-minute recess. It is 10:21, so let us see everybody back at 10:31. Welcome back, everybody, to our Maui Planning Commission meeting of Tuesday, November 26, 2024. So we were going to start on item C1 right now. However, during the recess, Corp Counsel, Mr. Hopper, got summoned by his superior to the council meeting that is going on in council chambers. And so we need him here for this item. But he has to attend to something else for the moment. So if there's no objections, we will go into the director's report while we wait for Mr. Hopper to return. If we're not done, or if he's not back by the time we take the director's report, we'll just have to go into recess until he does come back. So everybody good with doing director's report now? No objections? See thumbs up from everybody. Okay. Please go ahead.
Mahalo, Chair. It's fun to take everything out of order today. Absolutely nothing is where it's supposed to be.
Good variety on this agenda.
But you know what? We're moving quick. So that's exciting. So in your report, we have SMA minor and exemptions, and I'm happy to take, and by me, I mean Candace is happy to take questions on any of those permits that we issued between 11/4/24 and 11/19/24. So I can stop there. Any questions from the commission? Okay, so if there are no questions on that, do we have to do a public hearing on this though?
We can take public testimony, yes,
Okay.
on the director's report. Is there anybody signed up to testify on E1, E2, or E3? If there is anybody online who wishes to testify, please write your name in the chat to notify staff. Otherwise, we will be closing public testimony in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is closed. Any further questions from the commission on the SMA minor report or exemptions report? Seeing none.
Okay. So for item E3, discussion of future Maui Planning Commission agendas, your next meeting is the 10th of December, and that will be your last meeting for the year. Candace is available to talk about the agenda items, and maybe Candace, you can speak in detail about those items.
Okay, sure. I can talk a lot. So at the next meeting, we're going to be doing part 2 of the training for the commissioners, and that's going to involve a little bit of a deep dive into the special management area and shoreline area with our CZM team. We're also going to have Office of Planning, the State Office of Planning is going to come, and they're going to talk about the Coastal Zone Management Program. We have our Long Range Division going over the general and community plans. We have PID, Planning Implementation Division, Scott Forsyth, coming and speaking about that as well. And then we'll have a representative from the Department of OEV doing a presentation to the commission about what their roles and responsibilities are as well. So that's what we have on the agenda for sure. We have another item as well. We have resolution 24174, which is referring to the Maui Planning Commission, a proposed bill to amend ordinance 3889 relating to a change in zoning for West Maui Project District 5, Palelehua, for the property situated at Mahinahina, Kahana, Lahaina, Maui. Thank you.
Mahalo for that, Candace. I do want to say to the first item that's going to be on your agenda, or depending on how we organize things, or wherever everything ends up. For the training, we very much encourage, since the bulk of what we do is related to SMA, we very much encourage everyone to be in attendance to for that meeting, just so you can get your questions answered and are able to address any concerns that you may have, because I know this is a time where you spend a lot of time on this, and so a good grounding in that is going to be critical. I thought maybe I was going to be able to stop talking because Mr. Hopper entered the room, but now he's left the room again. So happy to answer any questions about the next agenda or call it, and we can take a break until all of the people are here. It looks like Commissioner Dikos has a question.
Commissioner Dikos?
Thank you, Chair.
Oh,
you
sorry. Before you
mentioned-
keep going, I
Yes.
think we didn't technically do your statement of where you are and who's in the room.
Okay, yeah, I am in my office on a boat in Pearl Harbor with about a dozen boat crew that are in and out of the cabin.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Great.
Director.
Question.
Oh, question, Commissioner Dikos?
Yeah, I was just wondering, you mentioned the State Office of Planning will be presenting also. Is that OCCL or is that, can you clarify who they are?
This is Candace Thackerson. We have not heard who specifically is coming yet. It's just State Office of Planning. And because they're speaking about the Coastal Zone Management Program, it could be some people from OCCL, but they share duties in that office.
Okay, but it'll be a rep speaking on the state side of the shoreline.
It will be somebody from State Office of Planning speaking about the Coastal Zone Management Program as a whole.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mhm. Further questions? Okay. Guess we are done with our director's report.
Hello, Chair.
And it appears that Mr. Hopper is back in our meeting. You here to stay?
Yes, well, I hope so.
Okay. Brilliant. All right, with that, we can hop backwards in our agenda to item C1. Director?
Mahalo, Chair. Iconic GWR owner LLC requesting a special management area use permit and a step 1 and step 2 plan development approval for Grand Wailea Resort to transfer H2 Hotel and OS open space zoning designation areas, update facilities, and create 224, 151 new guest room units, renovate and expand the resort swimming pool and restaurant facilities, expand parking structure from 3 to 4 levels to provide 316, 158 additional parking stalls, removal retention of the Seaside Chapel structure, addition of approximately 30 public beach parking stalls and related landscape, utility and infrastructure improvements at 3850 Wailea Alanui Drive, TMK 221008109. This is SM1 2018 0011 and various other applications. Candace Thackerson is the planner for this, but I do believe Mr. Hopper will be leading our conversation today.
Thank you, Chair. I can start off. Based on my review of the record, there was a motion on the floor. It was tabled. And so normally we would come back into the meeting with that motion on the floor for consideration. We do have a couple members here that were not here at that time. So the first thing I would normally do in a case like this is confirm with every commission member, because this has a lengthy record, have you all read all of the record? And are you prepared to deliberate on this item? You have to read all of the evidence in the record. That includes the hearing officer report and any evidence submitted since then. So just want to, maybe you could ask each individual member just to confirm that they've had that opportunity to review the entire record.
Yes. So commissioners, per Mr. Hopper's guidance, please confirm that you have read the entire record for this agenda item. So we'll start with Commissioner Hipolito,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindsay,
Yes.
Commissioner Keloha,
Yes.
Commissioner Dikos,
Yes.
Commissioner Ward,
Yes.
Vice Chair,
Yes.
and I will confirm also.
Okay, now before we get into that, I've been informed by interveners counsel that they had something to address with the commission.
Good afternoon, Ryan Hurley, alongside Bianca Saki, appearing via Zoom. Mrs. Saki's the lead on this case. She's on vacation given the holiday week, but she's still able to join us via Zoom. We're here on behalf of Malama Kakanelua and of course Appellate Defense Fund, and great honor to represent them today. We have a concern about Commissioner Ward and his association with the Wailea Community Association. I believe that he's a director on the association. It's also come to our attention that the Grand Wailea Resort is the largest donator and funder of the Wailea Community Association. Given that, we would request that he recuse himself from any vote on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I was just informed of this objection. And so for something like this, there's several potential ways to go about it. I don't know if Commissioner Ward has that as a disclosure to make, or has a statement on whether he believes he can participate objectively. I'm not sure the background of this item, and it was just raised to me right now. So I don't know if you have comments. If you want to discuss, if you have a recess and discuss with me further, we could do that as well. But I thought that with that being raised, that's something that we can discuss further if you like. So.
Thank you. I would request we do have a recess so that I could clarify specifically what my role is.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, we will take a 10-minute recess for this. Reconvene at 10:54. All right. Mahalo, everybody, for your patience. Appreciate it. We are reconvening our Maui Planning Commission meeting of Tuesday, November 26, 2024, and we are resuming item C1.
Okay, I discussed the proposed objection to Commissioner Ward's participation. We discussed he does not believe it presents a conflict. However, out of an abundance of caution, he is going to plan to seek an opinion from the Board of Ethics before participating. And so that will take some time. So we still have 6 members participating in this matter. So the commission can take up the motion that's on the floor and take appropriate action if it can. If not, Commissioner Ward will be seeking that opinion and acting accordingly. So may still participate, but would, I think, out of an abundance of caution, seek that opinion before participating. So I think that's where we're at right now. As far as the actual meeting, you had tabled the motion to approve with conditions and require and I think that would include requesting that the applicant prepare proposed findings, conclusions, and decision in order. There was a motion and a second. Then there was a motion to table that. It was tabled. the matter was deferred. You're now back to that meeting. You have a motion that was laid on the table. You can make a motion, someone could make a motion to take that from the table and bring it up for consideration. You would vote on that. Someone could make a different motion, or it's sort of at the commission's pleasure right now. Again, you would need 5 votes in order to take any action, approve or disapprove or take other action. And so it's up to the commission how it would like to proceed. But for now, there's nothing on the table, but a motion was laid on the table that you could take off the table for your consideration.
And you also mentioned that if any commissioners have new questions, that they can ask those questions of any party.
Yes, I think if you have questions for parties, you can do that. You have a lengthy record. I think you can have them refer to the record, or if you've got questions on that, you can.
Okay, so
You want to start off with, I guess, if you're not going to do that, I think it's fine to not ask for, not ask the parties to identify themselves. But if you think you're gonna have questions, you may want to start off with the parties identifying themselves to see who's going to be responding to your questions. So.
okay, sure, let us have the parties identify themselves.
Morning, Chair, members, Cal Chip Chase, Mauna Kea Trask, and Bill Mayhew for the applicant.
Thank you.
Morning, Chair, Commissioners, or it's almost afternoon, I guess. Ryan Hurley alongside Bianca Saku, who's appearing via Zoom for the interveners, Pele Defense Fund and Malamaka Kanelua. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Kristen Tarnstrom, Deputy Corporation Counsel for the Department of Planning.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Commissioners, do you have any new questions for any party? Seeing none, we can entertain a motion, either taking the former motion off the table or proposing a new motion. Or you can ask a question to clarify.
And Chair, so our last motion was to approve with the conditions, and that was tabled in September.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so I rewatched the video from our last meeting, and you had made the motion for purposes of discussion to use the timestamped September 3rd document as a starting point to craft conditions for your motion to approve. And we didn't get into actually deliberating on specific conditions at the last meeting because there were concerns voiced by some of the commission members, and the vote as we were would not have carried. And so it was tabled and the item was deferred to this meeting.
So would it behoove us for me to withdraw that motion?
You don't have to, it's just on the table, so it's on the side. And so that we can pick that one up and work with it, or we can entertain a whole new motion.
Well, I mean, that motion was to allow the submission of the September 3rd filing and use that to consider whether to use the exhibit in that condition, Exhibit A, as the basis for the conditions of approval. That's that motion. If you want to do something different right now, really any member can make a motion if they would like to do anything, approve differently than that, take it from the table, deny, or take some other action.
So can we get update from our parties?
If anything has changed between then and now?
Yeah. Or maybe a presentation for, I'm sure they have time to work all that out.
I guess, do you have any specific questions?
Yeah, if we can get that as narrow and focused as possible, because there's an awful lot that they've already presented. I mean, if you've got questions for them or you want to hear something, that's certainly fine. But I sort of advise the commission to try to be as clear as possible on your questions to the parties, because they've got a lot of different things they may, need to address. Particularly if members are struggling with particular areas or anything like that. If you've got questions, you can certainly ask them. I mean, if you want to ask a broad question, I suppose you can. It's just, I think guidance, I would advise some guidance here because there's a pretty broad selection of issues here.
Commissioner Dikos has a question or has his hand raised. Go ahead, Commissioner Dikos.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just trying to remind me that we're first voting on whether we want to accept the hearing officer's report with those conditions, and then as a separate matter, we would vote on the permit. Or can we clarify exactly what the steps that we're gonna take?
I think that's largely at your discretion. I think you have the proposed motion was to, I mean, your decision now is going to be, the parties there's been a hearing officer's report. The parties presented their exceptions to the report and additional filings since then on what they think you should do. Technically you do have this record, and so it's a little different than your regular permitting process, but in the end, you're still deciding whether to grant with conditions or deny a special management area permit. And so that's sort of where you're at right now, or to take action on the applications. So we did ask the parties what they think your action should be. And so your action, I think, would be I think the applicant requested that you approve with a certain set of conditions and direct the applicant to prepare a draft decision in order that would be circulated to the parties and they could file objections to it. And I think the interveners said you should make a decision to deny the permit and request that the interveners prepare the proposed findings, conclusions, and decision in order for your review, submit that to the other parties. And I think that's sort of where you're at. If you're looking to deny, you would state that as your motion and have your list of, sort of reasons to give, I think, some guidance on the denial. If it's to approve, then you could discuss, appropriate conditions along with that approval. But in the end, it ends up being sort of a significantly more detailed permit process that you already that you've done before. So you are still doing that approval, but you're still ending up having to deal with the same regulations that you have to in other permitting cases.
Okay, thank you.
And then, I mean, if you want me, I can look up the standard for approval too, because Hawaii Revised Statutes has that standard of approval, which you've seen multiple times before. But I mean, the parties have, I think, discussed that pretty extensively. They've tailored their evidence to whether or not the project meets that standard with conditions. And so, we can get into that more detail. But again, you're deciding whether to grant or deny a permit like you are in any other case, but with a much more detailed record before you.
So commissioners, we can entertain any sort of motion.
We have a pending motion right now.
There's a motion on the table, so somebody would have to make a motion to take that off the table, and then we can deliberate on that.
It's basically on the side. So you had that motion, and then it didn't look like there was enough votes, I think, to take any action. So that was tabled. And so you could take it off the table now, or a different member or you could have the opportunity to make an entirely different motion if you wanted to at this point.
I make a motion to take the motion from the side and bring it onto the table.
Yes.
So we have our old motions back in.
Yes.
Well, you would take a vote. You could make that motion. It would have to be seconded, and then you would have a discussion on that and a vote.
Which is just to take it off the.
Yes.
And not to approve it.
Yes.
Okay. So Vice Chair Thompson is making a motion to take the past motion off the table. and enable us to consider it. Is there a second to this motion? Okay, second by Commissioner Hipolito. He raised his hand first. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, sure. This has been 6 years in the making now?
This is to take your, just to take
Oh, yes. Do I?
take it off the table so that we can reconsider it again. So it's not to approve that motion, it's just to take it off the table and bring it back before us.
Yes.
Okay.
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 Same motion.
Commissioner Hipolito, would you like to speak to the motion to take this off the table?
No comment, Chair.
Okay. Any discussion on this, or we can call for the vote? Okay, I don't see anybody's hand raised, so we can call for the vote to take this off the table.
Commissioner Hipolito,
Aye.
Commissioner Decos,
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha,
Aye.
Commissioner Lindsay,
Aye.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Aye.
That's 5 votes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now we have this previous motion for consideration, right? Before
Yeah,
us?
the motion is to allow this, the filing with the chart comparing the hearing officer's report to the recommended conditions and to approve the project with the project conditions being Exhibit A to that September 3rd filing. So that's and to direct the applicant to prepare findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision in order consistent with that. I believe that's your motion.
Yeah, and in the last meeting, you raised this motion for the purpose of discussion to be able to craft conditions, but using this as a starting point.
So you could have somebody amend the conditions as well as part of that motion. So if you have conditions to add, modify, or whatever, that's still something you could do. Or amend in any other way that you like. That's up to the body.
Okay. And we had how many conditions on that?
This has 32.
It's pretty extensive, isn't it?
Yeah, they're sorted by subject area.
So you could have deliberation on the motion, certainly motions to amend. And then, yeah, that's where you're at, I think.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to start?
Yeah, I think it's maybe important that everybody understands and goes over the amendments that we've made. It's been a long time. And so even myself, I'm a little fuzzy on what those 32 were.
Just to get you a hard copy.
Yes, please, can we?
I'll take a recess and get a copy.
I can look them up online.
Yes.
They're on they're attached to, we can get you the filing, but it was,
Or you got a printer here, just give me a hard copy.
okay, you want to take a recess to get hard copies? Does anybody else need?
Hold on, Commissioner Lindsay?
Can you point us to where we can get that information? Because I had mine on my iPad. I don't have my iPad with me. So I would also like that.
Okay.
Or you could put me in the direction on where to find it using the links.
Yes, so if you go to today's November 26, 2024 regular meeting agenda on this item C1, if you go scroll down to, there's all the different links from our past meetings, of which we've had many. So the one from the August 27, 2024 meeting, the documents of submissions, if you click on that, it takes you to a table with 3 columns, and it's the third one dated 9-3-24, filed by the applicant. The chart comparing recommendations, and if you open that file, it is Exhibit A of that file.
Chair, when I open that file, there is only a one sheet.
Yeah, if you click, it's hyperlinked, so it's a table, right? You're looking at?
Yeah, but mine is not hyperlinked.
Your table is not hyperlinked. If you click on the third column, all
There's
in
no
caps chart
hyperlinks.
comparing recommendations, if you click directly on that box, it should be hyperlinked.
Oh, got it. There we go. Thank you.
And there's if you scroll down, there's Exhibit A of that. That's track changes version of the department's original recommended conditions that the applicant has modified. Is
Great, thank you,
everybody?
Chair.
Yes. Working off of the same document. So again, this was put forth as just a starting place for the commission to work on. Commissioner Jikos?
Yeah, Chair, I have all the links open. A lot of the titles are very similar. There's numbers at the end of those documents of submission. What's the number at the end?
This file. The name of this file is chart comparing recommended conditions. I think the easiest thing is if you go to the hyperlink off today's agenda.
Okay.
And you click on one of the last links under this item C1. It says contested case was deferred at the 8-27-24 meeting. And it has Maui PC summary minutes and then documents of submission.
Yep.
If you click on the documents of submission, it takes you to a one-pager and it's got a table.
Yes.
Column, yeah. And so the third item in that table is dated 9-3-24, filed by the applicant BRE. And then the third column, the third box in that row is chart comparing recommendations. That's hyperlinked. If you click on that, that will bring up the document that we are discussing.
Okay.
Yeah, and Exhibit A is specifically the conditions as they would be written. There's a chart comparing ahead of that. Oh, staff is going to put that in the chat right now. It's linked right there from Leilani. So I think one thing that might be helpful for everybody is because there's, this has been going on for so long and there's been many, many changes along the way. If the applicant could give us a summary of what everything boils down to, like what is the now scope of the project that is being proposed? Because there's been things that have been removed and modified over time.
Township Chase for the applicant. Yes, Chair, happy to. So as modified, 137 new guest rooms in 2 expanded wings of existing structures. Same height as the existing structures. 2 floors added to the chapel and lagoon wings. New pool amenities, landscaping improvements only to the luau area, and 30 public beach parking stalls.
Thank you. The 2 additional floors you mentioned, those are the 2 wings. right?
Correct, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Dicos, followed by Commissioner Kealoha, I think. Okay.
So the 316 additional parking is that part of it as well? Question.
Commissioner, that was removed.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Kealoha.
I have a question about one of the conditions. A clarifying question, I
Go ahead.
think. Yeah.
Yep.
For the applicant. I remember we had a very long discussion last time about the turf, 27,000 square feet, half acre in the shoreline setback, which I think was a big conversation. But in enhanced condition 27, it says only native or canoe plants will be used in landscaping for the project. So does that mean the turf is not going to be used now?
I appreciate the clarifying question, Commissioner. I remember that dialogue too. 2 things, I guess I would say, is the intention is to replace existing living plants with native or canoe plants per condition 27. The replacement of the grass, right, with turf would not fall within the scope of that part of the condition. It would be replacing the grass with the turf. The purpose is to conserve water. But, and this brings me to the second point, if the commission preferred not to have that area replaced with turf and preferred to retain the grass, we're entirely open to it. We had proposed that modification as a water conservation measure. If the commission determines that on balance it would rather not have that change made, we have no objection to removing that proposed modification.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So commissioners, because the conditions are separated or sorted out by subject area, which is how the hearings officer report was organized as well. And because, again, this project is so broad in scope and there's been so many issues brought up about it, I think it would be good if we maybe go through these by subject area and see if there are any conditions we want to add, subtract, multiply, or divide. So there's standard conditions up through number 6, but number 5 in this document is modified to reflect the changes to the project scope that have been made over time. So based on the last discussion, item F of this may be modified regarding the artificial turf. Or we can come back to this because this is dealing with scope. So if there's anything that changes the scope, then this is going to have to change. So maybe we go towards project specific conditions, starting with condition number 7. Commissioner Kealoha.
Sorry, I thought I was looking at the right document, but now I don't see condition number 7. My conditions start at 22.
Yeah, maybe we can share screen so we know everybody's on the same page.
I'm using the link.
I think she put it in the chat. Leilani put
Yeah.
it in the chat.
Yep, that's the one I'm on.
Oh. And it starts on condition 22. Oh, I see. Are you looking at the table? Okay, if you scroll down to Exhibit A, that starts on page 10, PDF page 10 of that same document.
I think because it's is it the sideways one?
Yes. Yeah.
That's why I'm confused. Thank you.
There you go. There.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
We will need to go ahead and change the orientation of, there you go. And perhaps zoom in extreme. Awesome. Mahalo.
Commissioner Lindsay.
So are we going through this condition by condition and approving and denying? Is that an option?
That is an option. Yes.
Because of the dialogue we had at the other meeting, I think that would be the best course of action now.
Sure. Do you want to go first?
Are we starting at 5?
We can start at 5, but I guess the only thing with number 5, well, yeah, we can start with number 5 because that has to do with the scope of the project.
I would say we are assuming that 1 through 5, because there's no changes and they're standard. I'm assuming 1 through 5 are acceptable. 1 through 4, sorry.
1 through 4, yes.
Yes.
Well, again,
Unless you want to change the timeline in number 1.
yeah, and then Chair, I mean, obviously, if you vote on this motion to approve with the conditions, you're voting to approve it. But I mean, like, you can go through this and that doesn't necessarily mean someone has to vote in favor of this motion. So, I mean, you can go through this process. And so I don't know if you want to do a separate motion to amend. If you see a condition, have a motion and then a second to amend the condition, because your motion right now is to approve with all of these. So all of these are in the motion right now. If you want to amend the motion, normally you would have a motion and a second to amend a condition to do whatever to it, or to add a new condition. And then you could vote on that separately.
Yes, I believe that's what Commissioner Lindsay brought up. Yes.
Okay, so I move to amend condition number 1 to adjust the date to September 1st from May 30th.
Oh, so like to accept the change that's in the document?
Yes.
Okay.
The red line version with the red line changes is already part of your motion.
Okay, perfect.
That's part of your motion. It's to do with these changes in it already. If you want to change it further, then yeah, you'd want to make those changes. I don't think you have to go through this and make every one of the red line changes in it because your motion incorporated those in there. I believe that was your intention, but you can change.
My intention was to just get through this as amicable as possible. And I think this is the most logical way of doing it so we know the concerns of the commission.
Okay. Yes. So, yeah, if the basis is the red line version of this, then we can, that would be that's our basis, the red line version. And so we can change those. Otherwise, we assume whatever in the red line is what we are accepting.
So I propose maybe Chair, you can go through it like starting at 5 and then we can if there are concerns, we can hear the concerns about each item.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, so, well, based on our discussion from our last meeting, that would pertain to the items in number 5. The parts of the project listed in number 5. There was discussion on the placement of the artificial lawn, so item F. And there was concern about ground altering work occurring at all, given all the EV that are on the property, and that would affect item D from this list. And within the scope in general, the addition of the 137 rooms that would be in 2 rings on the ground, that would be ground altering. Commissioner Lindsay.
To be clear, is the removal of the Wailea lap pool a ground altering activity?
That is the removal of the lap pool from the scope, I believe. So the scope would no longer involve the addition of the Wailea wing lap pool. And similarly, it would mean that it would not include 2 of the proposed fire pits.
We have them scroll down to condition 5.
Oh, yeah, staff, could you scroll down to the bottom of page 2? This. There. Yes.
So these conditions on 5 had the intention of minimizing ground altering activity, all of these conditions.
Well, this is laying out what the project scope is as of the time of approval. So given that the original submitted application was for a much broader scope than what has been arrived at this point. So this condition is saying there was this original plans that were submitted, but as updated during the contested case, these are the changes to those original plans.
And we are at liberty to add it back in or remove it, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so, so kind of bringing back where we were at our last meeting when we were discussing this motion, the main concerns that were brought up by the commissioners were the use of water, ground altering activity affecting the EV that are underground on this property, and the work on the luau grounds that's occurring within the shoreline setback area. Commissioner Lindsay.
I'm just saying my thoughts out loud, like for example, removal of a pool would definitely affect water, but it would also affect the EV kupuna. So I being possibly affected. So what I understand, what I feel like in order to move forward, for example, just using a pool, the conservation of water resources for the future at this time would be my preference. But for example, for removal of 2 fire pits, because that isn't using the water resource, leaving that in because it's the ground altering activity would be more impactful than the removal of the fire pits. But that's just me thinking out loud. And of course, we weren't in those long discussions.
I think for clarification, I believe the Wailea wing and the fire pits are not there. The plans had proposed them, and this is saying that they're not part of the plans anymore.
Okay, then that's a perfect example because they're not there.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Chair, can we have the applicant clarify that for us?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Commissioner Lindsay, the explanation offered by the chair is correct. These were additions or improvements that were proposed. And one of the requests from the commission as we went through these many processes was to clearly list those portions of the application that had been modified to reduce the impact. And so we did so through this condition 5. So when it says remove the lap pool, for example, or remove the fire pits, it means that we've removed them from what we've requested to do. They don't exist, and we're confirming that they won't be part of any approval.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Kealoha?
For me, I have several issues. Many that you addressed earlier, or that you brought up earlier that we talked about last time. And for a lot of them, I don't really know how to mitigate them. And I've been going back and forth a lot thinking about it, but at least for the turf, so I don't like the idea of turf being in the shoreline setback, even though it conserves water, just because there's a whole bunch of other environmental consequences for using turf. So if we scratched F, at least maybe that would take care of my concerns with that issue specifically.
Okay, so would you like to propose an amendment to the motion to remove that from the scope, remove the placement of turf, artificial turf from the scope?
Yes, I propose an amendment to remove F from the, sorry, to remove F from the condition.
Just a clarification, F talks about it is reducing the scope of the project, I think, by saying OS2 zoned area shall continue as it did before the open space district commenced in 2003 pursuant to the reference ordinance without further improvements. I don't know if you want to have a period after without further improvements, because I think if the commission intends for them to not, I think they were talking about swapping uses in an earlier part of their application, but this condition would prevent them from doing that to deal with any of the potential issues with switching uses. And then I think if you want to make clear, it sounds like the issue is not having the artificial turf there. So I think if you put a period after improvements, perhaps that takes care of that. Or if you want to make clear artificial turf will not be placed there or something like that. But if you take out all of F, I think it could be, I think the proposed swap of uses that they talked about in the application would still be something that you would need to address. If this is off of here, then I think if F is there, I think it's clear, no, there's not going to be any changes to those those open space uses. And you would potentially be taking away that. And again, I don't want to misstate if you just, but just be clear, if you take away all of F, I think the OS2, they would potentially have the ability to do that use swap that they were talking about in their application, which I think you had potentially to address that had said you don't want that. Well, you could address that here by saying you don't want that to happen and you want the use to continue as previously authorized.
Okay, now I'm confused.
So I think one thing you can do is to modify F. Hearing what Mr. Hopper is saying, because there's kind of a lot wrapped into F, really.
So, can I say what I think I'm hearing?
And I don't know what your feelings are on the internal renovation of the existing restroom facilities, but just a note, F has more than just the artificial turf aspect of it. So you may want to look at that and consider.
Yeah, so one way to do it to directly address your concern, Commissioner Kealoha, is to strike the portion of F that says placement of artificial lawn turf on top of the ground.
Yeah, I guess also I guess I have concerns. So I remember in the maps and discussions that there were iwi kupuna in that area and that there's a large burial in that area. And to my understanding, that's where the luau is taking place, which is open space, which is a non-conforming use of that space. So my intention was to take out the turf and to not allow the luau to be there. Is that what if taking out F, does taking out F serve that purpose?
I mean, if a luau is a permitted use in that area right now, I don't know if taking out F would necessarily deal with that. I think the issue would be, is that a ongoing permitted use, or is this a new use that's being proposed in this situation? So if it's an ongoing permitted use, taking out F altogether might not necessarily accomplish that. If it's just a use that's allowed to occur there now in the open space zoned area, you would maybe need to look at a condition that deals with I don't know, a use prohibition, but doing that through an SMA permit would be a little bit different. If you take out F altogether, then I think that they can sort of do whatever they are allowed to do in that area under the zoning.
Okay, sorry, I thought that luau's were not allowed in open space. So that's my bad. So yeah, can you
I thought the luau was classified as a lawful non-conforming use.
If it's a lawful non-conforming use, then again, if it's ongoing use, then use would generally be allowed to continue. Again, you can get clarification from the hearing officer or the parties on this to confirm exactly what's going on. But if it's a lawful non-conforming use, then it can continue to happen generally.
As long as there's no change.
Well, I don't think it can be expanded necessarily to areas that it's not already being used in. I think non-conforming uses generally can't be expanded. If they're discontinued for 12 consecutive months, they have to be ceased. But that's generally the status with non-conforming uses. But again, if you want to clarify with the hearing officer and the parties where we're at with that item, I don't think that's a bad idea necessarily.
Lawful non-conforming use cannot be expanded. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, that's generally true to an area that is not allowed, where it's not allowed.
Okay, can I clarify with the hearing officer and applicant?
Hi, Commissioner. This is the hearing officer, Lyndon Jostein. When this report was originally drafted, there was a proposal to exchange the open space use for a hotel category use from another part of the property. So open space would have been retained in a part of the property closer to the road, and the hotel designation would have been swapped for this location. But after that was abandoned, then if I can say it correctly, the applicant sought to have this essentially grandfathered in because the definition of open space changed after they initiated it. They cited ordinance 3138 as the basis for that. And you can actually find that pretty easily online. I just did a Google search. And that the definitions of open space districts were added to the county code. I hope that helps clarify it. So essentially, this was a use before open space was designated into those categories, according to the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, can we check with the applicant?
Yeah, I think that was Commissioner Kealoha. That's what you asked for, right? Okay.
Township Chase for the applicant. Yes, Chair. So yes, Commissioner Kealoha, the SMA application does not seek to authorize the luau use. That's an existing ongoing use of the property. The original application, as the hearing officer represented, sought to exchange areas, which is possible to do in the Wailea area because it's planned development. We've abandoned that request. And so the first portion of condition F is intended to reflect the abandonment of that request to relocate the designation of open space to another portion of the property, which would essentially leave things as they are. And so we could delete condition F, but that would mean in effect that our request to exchange the areas was approved. That's not what we're seeking to do. By leaving that portion of condition F where it is, all you're doing is confirming that that part of our application has been rejected and that the existing use is whatever the existing use is. You're not separately approving it. I would also say, just to correct one portion of the question as it came in, the burial preserve area is not a portion of the luau space and is not impacted by it. The luau space doesn't even impact the buffer area, which is a walled area around the internment of the EV. And so this is separate and Mackay from that area.
Okay, thank you everyone for clarifying.
You're very
So yeah, so I would be okay with moving that portion of without further improvements or without further improvements except just period without further improvements.
So there would be a period after without further improvements, like Mr. Hopper said,
Yes,
right?
thank you.
Chair, if I may.
1 second. And then Commissioner Kealoha, just to note, there is the matter of the internal renovation of the existing restroom facilities within the existing building. So are you intending to strike that also, or do you want to?
I don't have any strong feelings about renovating an existing restroom.
Okay, so it could be instead of the period, I think, just to strike placement of artificial lawn turf on top of the ground, and so that it would be without further improvements except internal renovation of existing restroom facilities, etc.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Hurley.
Chair, thank you. Just a few comments because there's been a lot of back and forth and we haven't had a chance to jump in here. I know we talked about the fire pits. I believe that there's two drainage pits by the luau lawn or by the adult pool that they designated might be fire pits. We have questions about that. Also, we believe there's a sediment basin that is located in the luau lawn. And we'd also note that there's, numerous sets of EV that are noted. I'm not sure where the feedback's coming from. Maybe this mic. Numerous sets of EV, 300 plus sets of EV in that luau lawn area. And there's also been discussions of possibly relocating an emu pit to that lawn as well. We want to make sure that that is not done if this is to go through. Digging an emu pit could highly likely chance it can disturb EV. So just some notes on there, because I think we're going really fast here, and there's a lot of minutia here. Because as we noted, as the applicant just noted, this has been a total change from the original application change. So we just really want to get these nuances right. Mrs. Saki can add detail, I'm sure, if you have questions about that. But that is some concerns: is the emu pit possibility and the sediment basin also on the luau lawn. While it is possibly an ongoing non-conforming use, we just don't think it's appropriate to have parties on top of an area that is clearly filled with EV. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so going back, making sure we are on track. So Commissioner Kealoha has put forth a motion to strike placement of artificial lawn turf on top of the ground from item F on condition number 5. So is there a second to that? I see a second from Commissioner Lindsay with balloons. Commissioner Kealoha, do you want to speak to your motion?
Nope, I think we hashed that out.
Okay.
Last time.
Commissioner Lindsay?
I would agree to Commissioner Kealoha's comment.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this amendment? Okay, seeing none, can vote on this amendment to the main motion.
Mahalo, Chair. Commissioner Hipolito.
Aye.
Commissioner Decos. That's a thumbs up.
Sorry, I lost my button. That's a aye.
Mahalo. Commissioner Kealoha.
Aye.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Aye.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Aye.
That's 5 votes, Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that amendment carries. Is there any other amendments to these items A through F on condition number 5? Or we can move on and come back.
I think that was the one of most concern. I think we are ready to move on, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry, you got quiet there. Can you say that again?
I think that was the only one we were concerned about, the commission, in the last meeting at least. And I am ready to move forward if others are.
Okay. I guess there was a lot of concern about ground altering activity at the last meeting, which would involve item D, addition of rooms. Well, actually, it's not necessarily listed in these letters, but there are the 2 wings that would be added. 137 guest rooms in 2 wings, and then pool amenities. But they're not reflected in these letters, but they are part of the scope. Commissioner Lindsay.
May I request that that Ryan Harley folks, that they comment on the ground altering activities that are of most concern? Can you list them so we don't get too confused, please?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I think I'm not sure what you're talking about, ground altering activities. I think we're concerned about all ground altering activities. As we noted previously, they went to adjust a grease trap, and just several inches in, they found EV inside a building that had already been built. Given the way that this resort was developed and the scattering of fill when they initially developed it, it's our belief that there are EV all over the grounds that need to be protected. It's really a travesty, in my opinion.
Mr. Hurley, to directly answer the question, maybe you could list all the pieces of the scope of work that involve ground altering activity?
Well, there's the additions to I'm sorry, the pool amenities, the drainage basins. The luau lawn is a concern of ours, the turf. I know that there was that previously they had somebody up here who said there's only going to be a few inches of turf that would be impacted. We still think that given the closeness of the EV to the surface, that's an issue. Any of the ground disturbing activities, as we noted, it was our suggestion that we include the Maui Island and Lanai Burial Council minutes, which this commission decided to not allow to be added to the record. But that had suggested using hand tools for all excavations, and we believe that any ground disturbing activities, they need to use hand tools for excavations. Let me just confer with Mrs. Saki to make sure I'm getting all these correct.
Yeah, so the commissioners hear the concerns with the ground altering activities and are talking about conditions to address those. So she's asking for a clear list on what is going to be ground altering so that they can craft.
So the pool and the pool amenities, the Haleakala and the Wailea wing adaptions buildings, the drainage and the drainage, of course, are the drainage basins are major concerns. I'm not sure if Mrs. Saki has other, sorry.
No, those are the three. Thank you.
Let me confer with my clients about this a little bit. I feel like there's, we're going really quick on something that really needs to be done.
I think so far you've answered my questions. Aside from reading all of this information, I just wanted to be clear that we addressed it, I think. So thank you, Mr. Hurley.
Maybe a reference for the commissioners. If you have the hearings officer report, one of the exhibits is Kapa'akai Oka'aina analysis for the Grand Wailea Resort Enhancement Improvements Project. It's Appendix B in the big fat book. There are a series of figures in the introduction that show the project areas, like excavation plans in relation to archaeological sites and burial preserves. If you have that before you, there's a series of maps that are informative. Commissioner Kealoha.
Chair, do you have the page number for that?
I am working off the hard copy, but it's probably page in the several hundred of the PDF.
I would start at page 3, Madam Chair. That's where the figures first start to show.
Oh, page 3 in that report?
Yes,
Yes.
they start to show the parcel and what areas are requested to do projects.
Do you have that? Do you have the hearings officer report file? Okay, yeah, maybe if you can like search for. Yeah, can you get to Appendix B? Is there a hyperlink to Appendix B? Yeah, okay. Then it's,
It's definitely after page 255.
yeah, it's right after the table of contents, the maps start. The table of contents of that report. Commissioner Lindsay?
The testifier camera is mostly looking at the ceiling. Can we adjust that?
Oh,
It's dark, yeah, we're talking about that.
It's got a big piece of the ceiling too, though.
Yeah, commissioners, I think it's predominantly because of the darkness, but we'll do our best to adjust. It's not that it's changed position, it's just that it's dark so that folks can see the screen. Is that better?
That's a lot better. It changed positions.
Great, perfect.
Commissioner Kealoha, did you get to the page yet? No. But did you get to this report in the appendix?
I have the report, but there's no hyperlinks to the appendix,
Oh,
and in the table of contents, there's no page numbers.
Oh,
So I'm
shucks.
just having
Okay,
to
it's
scroll through everything.
far.
Page 237.
Oh, it's
scroll.
probably well past that.
And mine goes to 255 and it's over.
Okay. Oh. Then, how else can she get here?
She doesn't have the, right. There's enlarged maps of different areas. For example, on pages 57 and 58 with paragraphs 122, there's a map showing the Barrow Preserve in the Wailea wing. And on the opposite page is the beach parking. This goes.
Sure to have those.
There's also, if you know, an overall map of the scope has changed since that time. On page 42, right before paragraph 73. That's an interveners exhibit showing areas of disturbance geo-referenced to existing resort structures.
Thank you.
Chair, I had that list I wanted to give you.
Yep.
Okay, so, and we tried to give you some specifics here. The Wailea wing, we believe there's going to be 15 to 20 feet of deep excavations related to that. We have grave concerns about that. Same with the Haleakala wing, 15 to 25 feet for the drainage excavations. The adult pool, 10 to 15 feet of excavation below for drainage as well. Family pool, again, 10 to 14 feet of drainage for drainage and fire line. Then there's retention basins that need 15 to 18 feet of excavation. Then the lagoon wing, we're looking at 14 to 15 feet of excavation for the drainage, as well as the chapel wing, 15 to 18 feet of excavation for the drainage. Again, yeah, just given the EVs and throughout this area, we just don't think it's appropriate. As we noted, they're finding them just centimeters down when they dig inside buildings already. So we think that if this work is going to proceed, it should be done with hand tools only, and excavators should not be allowed. And as noted before, the screening has not been successful in getting all the EVs that they've screened out previously, and that they noted they need to go to smaller screen size. So we'd leave it at that if you have further questions.
Thank you for that synopsis.
So commissioners, would you like to propose an amendment? Or a new condition? Vice Chair.
Now the applicant fills in on that. They did talk about it, and I know that was a touchy part here about the archaeological.
Cal Chipchase for the applicant. Can do. The list of improvements that the council offered includes things that have been excluded, but I think more to the point is that all of the areas that are proposed for any ground altering activities are previously disturbed areas. Furthermore, all of those areas were subject to a 2010 AIS that included 27 trenches and did not identify any EV through any of those trenches. Furthermore, the State Historic Preservation Division has accepted not only the AIS, but also the archaeological monitoring plan. Furthermore, that monitoring plan includes not only archaeological monitoring, but cultural monitoring as well. And we've committed to all of those obligations expressed in the plan, not merely as conditions under the state approval through 6E, but as you'll see later in the document, as specific SMA conditions, so that if they were not followed, there would not only be a violation of 6E, there would also be a violation of our SMA permit, which would be enforceable through the commission. And so we have both reduced or eliminated the areas that involved portions of the property that either had not been tested or raised particular concerns. We have tested the areas that will be developed, and we have committed to having this commission retain oversight through the SMA process to ensure that all conditions of archaeological monitoring and cultural monitoring and all the other obligations such as buffer areas will be met. Thank you.
While you're up there, there was at the last meeting, the interveners said that there was, I believe, a drainage or retention basin in the vicinity of the chapel that was not included in the archaeological monitoring plan.
I confirmed with both the project owner and the archaeologist who did the work that it is in the plan.
Okay. So commissioners, there are conditions 8, 9, and 10 under the subject of archaeology. And of course, there's condition number 5, speaking about the scope of work itself. Are there any amendments you would like to propose? Noting the concerns of ground altering activity, the presence of Evie Kupuna. Now would be the time to take action. Yes, hearing officer.
Sure, there was a concern expressed about a drainage basin. If you look on page 208, there's an exhibit showing where the map indicates that there is to relocate an existing drain line and structures and proposed dry well. That, if, I'm not sure, but that may be what the interveners are talking about.
So based on everybody's concerns, it sounds like there should be one or more conditions addressing ground altering activity as part of the scope of work. Commissioner Kealoha.
I'll just, I don't have anything to, any recommendations, but I'll just tell you where I'm at mentally. I can't think of any other way to not ground alter except for to remove all of these things. So that's why I'm quiet and haven't. That's where I am.
No, thank you. Appreciate you sharing that. It's helpful. So you would be leaning towards no ground altering activity at all, is what you're saying? Okay,
Yes, Chair.
thank you. Other commissioners? Commissioner Hipolito.
Thank you, Chair. I think from my perspective, listening to all the conversations so far we've had, looking at the applicant and what we have before us, when you look at especially archaeological items 8, 9, and 10, it's very specific, especially when they put in the word shall be carried out in compliance with approved by Department of Land and Natural Resources, State Preservation Division. When you look at 9, that in the event of historic resources, including human skeletons, are identified during routine construction or work shall cease in the immediate vicinity of the area. And when you look at 10, in accordance with HRS, these are rules, yeah. We're not making this up. 6E, and as referenced, Kapa'akai, as noted. From my perspective, when you have this in place, that should any event happen, and I cannot say what will happen because I won't probably be there, that we have rules in place that will immediately take effect. So looking at item 5 and reduction of the wing from 63 to 49, there are, how can I put it? Amendments being made by the applicant, and we have rules in place that governs from my perspective, if we don't like the rules, then we got to change the rules. In this case, we're saying what they're saying, there's rules in place that they will or shall be carried in compliance. That's my perspective and where I sit at this moment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Hippolito. Appreciate that. I think I do recall from the last meeting, Commissioner Kealoha, I think Commissioner Tikos and Commissioner Lindsay having very explicit concerns regarding any more EV being impacted on this property, considering the history of work that was done. They talked about the historical trauma that was endured during the construction of this establishment, and that they were concerned with carrying that on with any additional work being done, that it's, not, well, it would be continuing that trauma forward is what that they all said at the last meeting. So even, I think I heard that even though there's monitoring going to be done, that even the likelihood of finding anything and thus disturbing anything was a big concern that Commissioner Kealoha was seeking to mitigate. And Commissioner Tikos had said, he doesn't have any expertise in this area and so supported it, but wasn't in a place to suggest any modifications. And Commissioner Lindsay had said, yes, she would be interested in figuring out some sort of condition or more to address that. Just bringing back what the discussion was at the last meeting. Commissioner Lindsay.
Thank you for both of those, Commissioner Hippolito and Chair Thayer. I struggle daily on like balancing respect for our history and place and all of these things and moving forward in what we need to live life and get everything done. Here it's hard in a situation like this when there's EV Kupuna there on an already established hotel, which is the largest hotel on Maui, and employs, I'm assuming, the most employees of any of the hotels because of its size, and choosing either respecting EV Kupuna. And when I say respect, I'm not saying by leaving it alone, because possibly leaving it alone isn't respect, because there will always be a landowner and maybe, it can't be taken care of because they can't take care of it because they're not a business anymore, because they can't do improvements. So balancing the two is hard as decision makers here, as a Hawaiian, as a community member. So that is really what I'm looking for here, kind of finding a middle ground. Logistically and cost effectiveness of hand tools, I think, is really far reaching for anybody to do. I understand the need for it and why you would want to do that. But I think I can't imagine this kind of large operation to be able to use hand tools to complete these kinds of large renovations. And then considering just having such a large hotel who employs so many people, and also then looking forward to them being, those are the people who can afford housing and all of this thing. So finding that balance is so important. But I am leaning towards, the really sensitive areas, maybe removing those and moving forward with the project. I also feel that the applicant, it has mitigated the as best they could. I agree with the rules that are in place. I am happy we are not on the State Historic Preservation Committee, so we don't need to make those really intense decisions. And I feel like at our capacity as a planning commission, I think that is why another reason why I feel that way. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So would you see from your perspective in terms of achieving balance here, which is a big part of our job, any modifications to the conditions, or would you take them as they are, or any additional?
As far as any more ground altering activities, it sounded like they hashed it out and talked about it relatively a lot. And other large sections, and I feel like the applicant is mitigating it to a point where I'm comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kealoha, do you have any further thoughts? Okay. Are there any changes you want to make? Oh, Commissioner Lindsay?
And by comfortable, I'm not actually comfortable, but acceptable, I should maybe use.
I may have a crazy idea to propose in terms of seeking balance in all of this. Like, you know, hearing the need to refresh and stay relevant, you know, for like you're saying, the continued like economic success of this property and the jobs it creates, the people it employs, and the effects in the community in that respect. You know, like thinking about being able to add additional rooms while mitigating for more ground altering work, which, as the interveners are putting forth, has the potential to disturb more EV. Which, noting, as Commissioner Lindsay said, sometimes it's better, maybe in this day and age, not to have stuff where it is, but to move them to a safer place. And I'm putting this out there for discussion, but what if instead of the rooms being built on the ground, which would affect more work if they go on top? I know that adds height, which affects things, but you know, it's a way of minimizing impacts while still achieving the end. Is that outside the scope? Because at one point there was additional floors.
Well, I think it's depending on what you're talking about. If you're talking about part of the original application, potentially, because we've got that item, but we would want to kind of get into more specifics, because generally, you know, if something's proposed at a certain height and the application, if you go higher than that, you need to kind of redo the hearing. There's some modifications I think the commission can make to mitigate impacts, but something that could increase height in a certain case could be an issue. So we would need to look at that, but could certainly, consider, as long as it's within the scope of the original application.
I guess that would be a question. Is that possible to fit in somewhere with the scope 137 rooms, not on the ground, but not exceeding any height limitations and not being more than 137? Commissioner Lindsay?
I would definitely be interested in exploring that, but I'm also interested in hearing from the applicant if that is possible.
Yes.
Cal Chipchase for the applicant. no, it wouldn't be, both for the reasons that Mr. Hopper expressed in terms of being consistent with the scope of the application, for the reasons that Chair suggested, being consistent with existing height limitations, and for technical reasons having to do with adding weight to existing structures. And so I confirmed that last point with the project team before coming up.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, just a brief rebuttal. We're already way over the resident to visitor ratio that the community plan lays out. Grand Wailea is already the largest water. I mean, it's not just Evie. They're already the largest water user in Maui, right? 1 million gallons a day almost. So it just seems a little silly. They've also done. They've also spent $350 million in capital improvement projects already renovating rooms. That a property can invest in their property without expanding, right? This is the largest hotel in Maui. There's no need to add additional rooms. And they have 16, they've had 16 SMA exemptions projects that they've done in the past. So I just, this idea that we need to continue to give them more rooms, it really doesn't, it's not just about the EV, it's about the resources and the water and all these other, and let's not forget the wastewater that's going to have to go to an already over capacity wastewater plant that's injecting water daily into injection wells. So I just want to reiterate that this is not just about shifting from the ground to other places. There's a whole host of issues that need to be addressed as we go through these points. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you. We know there's a whole host of issues to be addressed, which is why we are working through all the conditions. Okay, commissioners, is there anything else to discuss on archaeology, conditions related to archaeology at this point? If not, then we can move on and revisit if you have any more thoughts coalesce. Okay. So I guess as it is, we're going at this point with the red line version for conditions 8, 9, and 10. The next topic area is environmental. These are red line conditions numbers 11 through 15. Any changes, additions, subtractions, modifications to these conditions? What are your thoughts? There's condition 14 that's been added in for annual water quality monitoring before and during construction and drainage improvements have been added in. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Lindsay, followed by Commissioner Dicos.
I'm wondering if we could add a condition here, like we did in another South Maui hotel, where we could possibly have a net zero water use with additional rooms.
There's a section on water. There's
Okay, I
conditions on
thought
water.
that was here, or I thought we were.
This
oh,
is
it's
more
environmental,
to
not water.
do
Okay.
with drainage,
Yeah,
erosion, waste.
I will wait. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you. Okay. I guess Commissioner Kealoha, water quality monitoring, this being your area of expertise.
Yeah, I thought Commissioner Dicos had a question
Oh, yeah,
first,
sorry,
but
Commissioner Dicos. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If I guess if the purpose is are we comfortable these conditions will mitigate environmental impacts? I would say not even close for me. I know environmental does overlap with water, so I don't want to get ahead of myself, but do you want me to list my concerns for the impacts that aren't being mitigated?
How about take it one step forward from that? And if you could put forth perhaps one at a time, or unless they all fit together, but conditions that you would propose that would address the impacts that you are concerned with.
Sure. So I guess I can start with carbon emissions. So we know that the built environment is responsible for 40% of the carbon emissions. That's affecting our ocean acidity, the sea level rise, all the stuff that we're struggling with now. So I guess to mitigate that, you would need to calculate your carbon footprint. That's operational carbon, that's embodied carbon, and you'd have to show how you would offset that carbon footprint. So this would mitigate your additional impact to the cumulative impacts of all these other projects that we're dealing with. So that's just addressing carbon. So I can restate that. You would calculate, and there are people do this in design, not out here in Hawaii very much, but you would calculate all of your carbon in the development, in the building, in the operations, in the traffic, and you would figure out how to mitigate that and offset that either, with renewables on site or somehow offsetting it off site. So you would say we're mitigating our carbon impacts and we're not contributing to that. I can go to the next one if you want.
How about we start with that? Do you want to craft a condition to that effect?
I mean, we can go through this process, I'm sure.
Commissioner Lindsay?
Should we ask the applicant if that's possible also before crafting?
Yeah, and I guess Commissioner Dicos, to make this more specific, you would say it would have to be the carbon impact from this specific scope of work under this project.
Yes, the built and the operations of the additional additions.
Okay.
So it would basically it'd be a calculation of the carbon footprint of this project with a mitigation plan to offset that carbon footprint.
Cal Chipchase for the applicant. It is possible to calculate carbon impact in a general or assumptive way. I don't believe, and I've never seen it done as a calculation in a specific or precise way. The only place I've ever seen it done is for the Land Use Commission when proposing projects that take entirely unbuilt land out of an unbuilt state and put them into a built state. There's nothing in 205A, 22, or the commission's rules that would provide for that in this case. Thank you.
Yeah, so I absolutely agree. There's nothing in the rules and the codes that require any of this. There's a certification living building challenge that has all the workbooks, all the modeling for that type of built environment framework to do all the calculations. It is done. It's not done a lot, but it is done and can always direct folks to those resources if they need them.
Chair, Ryan Hurley here in response. The PUC requires CO2 analysis and carbon analysis for all new PPAs. So it's actually kind of an ongoing growing body, but the state and other agencies are doing this fairly regularly. So it's not unheard of. And I think it can be done, just to know. Thank you.
Thank you. I would ask Corp Counsel to weigh in on this.
Well, because we're looking at an SMA permit, we would need to tie it to the goals, objectives, and policies of HRS 205A. Now, I guess you could ask an analysis from both applicant and intervener on whether HRS 205A deals with the that item. Section 10E of the goals, objectives, and policies does reference D, promote research, study, and understanding of ocean and coastal processes, impacts of climate change and sea level rise, marine life, and other ocean resources to acquire and inventory information necessary to understand how coastal development activities relate to and impact ocean and coastal resources. That's more of the promotion of study and not necessarily dealing with any specific mitigative measures, but because this wasn't a condition that was brought up that I know before this, you may want to have both parties more specifically address whether in their opinion, under HRS 205A, this is an item that the commission can impose conditions upon. This is the adverse impacts as far as carbon emissions from a building in the SMA as part of an SMA permit can be mitigated through conditions under HRS 205A or, because under Hawaii case law, generally you would need to tie any condition to the goals, objectives, and policies of HRS 205A found in HRS 205A-2 and other sections of the law. So I don't know if parties have comments on that. It might be helpful to get their position on that. Again, there could be different kinds of permits where you have different conditions. A change in zoning permit, for example, might have a broader scope of potential conditions than a coastal zone management per HRS 205A permit. Not saying that you couldn't do it potentially under HRS 205A, but it's not a specific issue that I think the commission has given a condition on before as an SMA permit.
So Commissioner Tikos, you good with hearing from the parties?
Yeah, and just to clarify, I don't know if I know LEED deals with energy. I don't know if they have a net zero carbon certification, but these are fairly standard where in regenerative design, you say, well, we are planning to design and mitigate all impacts, including carbon. So Living Building Challenge is a certification where it's mandatory that you offset the carbon. So it's possible. I know we throw LEED around in these discussions a lot. They may already have certifications for that. So it's not, just want to assure that it's not this crazy idea. It's fairly standard, but not sure if that's helpful in decision making.
Yeah, I think that very well, may well be the case. The thing that Mr. Hopper is saying is it has to, for us to be able to impose that as a condition on the SMA use permit, it has to be within HRS 205A. Like there has to be that tie-in. Otherwise, it is kind of beyond our jurisdiction as something
Yeah,
that
I mean,
is body.
it ties, for me, it ties in directly. I mean, with the SMA, 205A, sorry, not necessarily CZM, but I think CZM is under that. So all the coastal processes, our ocean, marine resources, all of that is tied directly to carbon, as we all know. So there's a direct link in my mind.
Okay, Commissioner Lindsay.
What about possibly getting a promise or some kind of, I think because it hasn't happened before doesn't mean it shouldn't ever happen. So maybe encourage, we could use softer language so that it isn't so hard. And I know I would prefer hard generally, but maybe softer language so that we could include it.
I think the only thing with softer language is it's got to be enforceable by the department. Like the department would have to be able to assess, yes, they did this, and so they're in compliance, or no, they did not. But I think we can put it to the applicant and the intervener. Mr. Hopper's question of, does this follow 205A?
Councilor Chase for the applicant. I don't see where it does follow 205A or where it would be a consideration that the applicant would need to mitigate as 205A and your rules are structured. The only time that I see, as I'm quickly looking through it, is the same one that Mr. Hopper does with respect to supporting study of issues. And so if the request were whether the applicant would study an issue, I think we could probably come to some sort of consensus on that. If the question were whether the applicant should be required to offset its entire carbon footprint, I would suggest that's not only inconsistent with your rules, it's inconsistent with the way you've treated every other applicant. I don't recall the applicant this morning being asked to offset any potential carbon impact from its proposed project or any other applicant I've ever seen before here. And so I do think that precedent reflects the structure of your rules, and in this case should be followed.
Chair, members of the commission, Ryan Hurley here on behalf of interveners. Obviously, we disagree with the applicant. First of all, we think air is a public trust resource. We think that's very clear. We think that falls squarely on you folks to protect. We do think HRS 205A2B10, which requires ensuring that the coastal development of marine and coastal resources are, pull that up, Monica, are ecologically and environmentally sound and economically beneficial. And then, of course, 205A-26-2A says no development shall be approved unless the authority, that would be you folks, has first found A, that the development will not have a significant adverse environmental or ecological effect, except as any adverse effect is minimized to the extent practicable and clearly outweighed by the public health, safety, or compelling public interest. I mean, folks, it's pretty well known fact that carbon is leading to global warming, which is leading to coastal sea level rise. That's one of the main things we're talking about here. One of the main things that's impacting Maui today. So we clearly think that falls within this. We think that it's a great idea by Commissioner Dicos. Also, I want to address the idea that you guys can't craft something for this applicant. Every applicant is different, and as has been noted here today, Grand Wailea is the largest existing hotel in Maui today. The projects they do are clearly different than the city and county or the county going to add a gray water system at a local beach. So I think that this is exactly what they're talking about. Thinking forward and creatively and saying, if this is going to be a big project, these are going to have big impacts. Let's start to analyze this. And we encourage you folks to look at setting precedent in this matter. Thank you.
Commissioner Kealoha.
Commissioner Dicos mentioned this, but just to verify and support the connection between marine resource management and carbon dioxide emissions, which are absorbed by the ocean, making the ocean more acidic, and then contribute to the breakdown in the structure of coral reefs. So there's definitely a connection between carbon dioxide emissions and marine resource health.
Thank you. Commissioner Dicos.
Yeah, I just want to add there have been other permits in front of us where I brought up carbon footprints, carbon impacts. So that just wanted to clarify that. And I do, reading the balancing act that we have to do, right? We know sometimes getting 100% zero negative impacts is a challenge. So we weigh the public benefit. And so that's obviously being part of the equation here. So, and there's, we have, I think we need to be consistent with, our community plans, island plans, state, there is a state mandate for being carbon neutral by 2045. So we do need to look at how these projects align with other goals, other state and county goals. And, you know, we talk about renewable energy and solar, that's directly a part of all of this. It's not separate from the carbon mitigation. That's why we encourage renewables, is to get ahead, you know, mitigate our carbon impacts. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So based on that, do you want to propose a amendment to create a condition to this effect?
I'll try to state it again. The applicant shall produce a carbon footprint calculation for the development and operations of the project and demonstrate a mitigation plan to offset that carbon footprint.
I guess that would include implementing that plan
Correct.
to realize that offset. Okay. So that's your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay. Is there a second to that? Okay. So second from Commissioner Lindsay. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think I spoke enough.
Okay, Commissioner Lindsay?
No further comments, Chair.
Okay. Any discussion from commission members? Okay. Seeing none, we call for the vote on this amendment.
Mahalo, Chair. Commissioner Hipolito,
Aye.
Commissioner Dicos,
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha,
Aye.
Commissioner Lindsay,
Aye.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Aye.
Chair, that's 5 votes.
Okay, motion carries and staff got that condition, right?
I have it recorded
Okay,
if you want it to.
no,
read back.
just making sure you were able to record that. Okay, Commissioner Dicos, you said you had further issues you wanted to address.
So potable water, is this appropriate time?
We will get to water. That has its own section with conditions.
Okay, wastewater,
I think wastewater, let's see. I think, well, the way this is organized, wastewater, like the R1 line is under the water section. So I think we would take wastewater over there when we get there.
okay, stormwater.
Well, this one has drainage, so I think we could do stormwater here.
Okay, so we know the negative impacts of development on stormwater. You know, as we build, we create impervious surfaces, and the natural absorption, percolation of that stormwater that would normally recharge an aquifer no longer takes place. So often we displace all that water into storm drains, and often it shoots out into the ocean with a lot of contaminants associated with that. I see some mitigation for that, but essentially, again, we're looking at the cumulative impacts of all projects here and how this adds or subtracts from that cumulative impact. And I feel this is going to add more, despite planning for a 50-year 1-hour storm. That certainly lessens the impact, but it's still a cumulative impact that I believe we're already past the tipping point. So what I would probably anticipating your next question, what would be mitigation language? I would say that 100% of all stormwater that lands on property, although I guess this would apply to the project development, is treated and infiltrated back into the ground.
Commissioner Dicos, if you could repeat that really quick, I'm sorry.
So all stormwater, I don't know how you would do it with this particular project because it's a portion of the overall project. The overall project is having an impact already with stormwater. So this would just be adding. So mitigating the additional stormwater that would be associated with this improvement is managed, treated, and recharged back into the local aquifer.
That was kind of a little bit all over the place, that last one. So I
So
mean, we started off.
essentially,
Oh,
yeah, I
Director?
may not be using the water, the right word. Essentially, as the water lands on the property, it needs to be controlled, spread, soaked, so that it infiltrates. So 100% of all stormwater is infiltrated.
Yeah, I think the director has some language for you.
Hold on. So what I recorded was mitigate the additional stormwater that would be associated with the proposed project so that it is managed, treated, and infiltrated into the local aquifer.
Yeah, and I know that's going to be hard to interpret. So what I'm getting at is the stormwater stays out of the stormwater drain, right? It needs to be reused, whether it's irrigation or whatever. It stays, it's infiltrated on the land that it lands on.
And that's infiltrated in some way, shape, or form, whether through irrigation or retention.
Yeah, if you have retention, I just don't want it to be a spillover into a stormwater drain. So you're not mitigating the impacts. You may be slowing down the flow, but you're still contributing stormwater that goes to the ocean. So I'm talking about reapplying that water that's been retained back onto the property so it goes into the ground where it originally was going to go.
So ultimately, it is whatever water there is captured and infiltrated somehow, right?
Yeah, and since you cannot know for sure how much water is going to land on the property, then I'm fine with using the 50-year 1 hour storm.
Well, I think, from what I'm gathering from the director, the condition that she has crafted will achieve the goal that it sounds like you are shooting for.
You're saying the language that was just,
Yeah, maybe she can read it again.
Mitigate the additional stormwater that would be associated with the proposed project so that it is managed, treated, and infiltrated into the local aquifer. So this proposed language wouldn't be so specific about how that is done. It would allow the applicant to be able to use the best potential, the best approach, depending on the conditions.
sure.
Not the conditions in the project, but the site conditions.
Yeah, I can go with that.
Okay, so are you proposing making a motion for that?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Kaloha? Is that a second or is that a question?
I guess I have a question along those lines.
Okay, go ahead.
So in the hearing officer report, there were pictures of, oh gosh, what are these called? Drainage, I don't know, it's on the sidewalk. Shucks, I just have the name of these things.
Oh, the dry wells?
Dry wells. Dry wells, and I have it in my notes. Dry wells are overflowing. And so I guess that's like existing. So I don't know how that dovetails with the current project, but would Commissioner Decos's amendment address the issues that are already occurring with overflowing dry wells that are contributing to water quality decline? Or we can't really do anything about that?
Well, I mean, generally, if the impact of the project is, that's what you're looking to mitigate. I mean, if you consider that new impact to be unmitigatable to the point where the adverse effect under HRS 205A, it can't be mitigated, then yeah, you could deny the permit. But generally, your conditions would be to mitigate the impacts of what's being proposed, pursuant to the new development, which would, presumably, minimize any effect on the existing problems with drainage. But generally, I mean, you can look at the conditions and see if this impact's going to be so severe that you can't mitigate it with just impacts by mitigating the new development, that it doesn't meet the criteria for a permit. You could deny the permit. But yeah, generally your mitigation would be focused on the new project that they're doing right now, and additional stormwater or drainage generated from that.
Yeah. I guess my concern is how you would, if there's already stormwater runoff going into the ocean, how would you separate what is additional stormwater runoff going into the ocean? If you don't mitigate the first problem, then how can you mitigate the additional on top of that? Is my question. Can't we just say all stormwater runoff is going to be retained? Is it enforceable to just do the new project component, I guess?
I mean, you'd want to come up with your criteria for that. I understand. I think project engineers, and you can ask the applicant about this, have methods of calculating the additional drainage being generated by the new development versus current. If you're not satisfied with that methodology, you can look at doing something different. But I think that's what generally you would be looking at. I don't want to put words in Commissioner Diakos's mouth, but I think that's generally how a project would be looked at from an engineering perspective on what the new project would generate.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna just assume that this condition would actually solve the other problems too. So I'm okay, and I will second that.
Okay, second for discussion. Thank you, Commissioner Decos.
Yeah, I realize I just made the motion, but I think that's a very important point. There's no way to, whatever stormwater is not retained on property and not infiltrated will just be deferred. Well, that's from the other part of the project. Like, there's really no way to enforce. So I would almost, I don't think my motion is worth anything. Anyway, can I pull the motion or?
Wait, so just to understand your thought process, so you're thinking that this might not have an impact because the applicant could kind of explain away whatever water would be attributed to the.
Right, you have
Mint.
the entire structure, right? You have water falling on it. A portion of that was the improvement. And it's all kind of draining into there would be no way to say, well, that addition that we made, we're controlling and percolating that. And all the rest of the stuff you see going into the storm drain, that's from pre-improvement. So I think the only way to mitigate would be to do the whole thing. Would be to mitigate all stormwater, to make it enforceable. Otherwise, you cannot, there's no way to mitigate. I mean, I guess if the applicant has a way to, they want to say they have a way to separate the two. But I'm not.
So you haven't restated your motion, so I guess he wants to withdraw his motion. I suppose you could accept his withdrawal.
Madam Chair? Can I
Yes.
just make a comment? There are two exhibits in the report that show the water amounts that come off the property before the project and then the estimated numbers for after the project. Those are on pages 205 and 207. They split the areas into different drainage areas, and each of those areas has a calculation, which is a Q and a V. So those numbers you can compare from one to the other to see what the change is estimated.
So Commissioner Dicos, I think if your condition went forth, it would still have an effect because as long as it's put in place, you know, whatever measures are determined to achieve this end, they're going to do something that would be mitigative. You know, the effect would be more than zero if you kept this condition in. So in that sense, it would be worth doing more than not doing to achieve what you're getting at. Commissioner Hippolito.
Thank you, Chair. If you look at environmental 1.1, NPDES. NPDES is very in-depth for any discharge from the property. And per this line item, it states that an approved NPDES permit shall be filed with the planning department and the Department of Health prior to approval of the first building permit. I just wanted to make that known. That is a control measure of anything that comes off from this project that needs to be approved before you can discharge. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hippolito. But that would still mean that there is still discharge happening, right? Because I think Commissioner Dicos is getting at eliminating discharge and keeping everything on the property.
Correct.
Okay, so I guess Commissioner Lindsay, were you raising your hand? Okay. Yeah, so Commissioner Dicos, I guess, you know, having heard everything, this is up to you. Do you want to go forth with imposing the condition or do you want to withdraw?
We can go forth.
Okay, so we have a second. There's been lots of discussion. Unless there's any further discussion from the commission, I think we can put this to a vote. Vice Chair.
Can I get the applicant to weigh in on that?
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. I think that the condition that Commissioner Dicos is getting at is already captured by existing 15, which is to increase the stormwater improvements for the project to the 50-year 1-hour storm, which is consistent with the Department of Aquatic Resources comments is part of the hearing officer's record. And so that is the measurable design to capture the increase in stormwater runoff specific to the improvements. So consistent with Mr. Hopper's explanation of what can be conditioned. That's the measurement. We have to design the improvements to do exactly that. I have no objection to the restatement of that condition, I suppose, in the way that Commissioner Dicos is framed and has been seconded. But just to make clear, it is already addressed in our proposed conditions in a measurable way. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Dicos.
Yeah, question for the applicant. I understand you're controlling, but does that condition also address the on-site percolation?
In my view, it does control that, consistent with the 50-year 1-hour storm, which is what DAR had directed us to do. But as I say, I have no objection to stating it in the form that you have done.
Okay, do you know the catch basins, do they what happens to the water in the catch basins?
The intention is to filter into the groundwater, as you have stated in your proposed additional condition, which is why, again, I have no objection to the additional language that you would propose. I only point out that it is already captured in a measurable way.
If I may, I think just to make sure your point gets across, Commissioner Dicos, it could potentially be added to this condition number 15.
Certainly.
Would you be open to that?
I'm open. I'm not sure exactly what DAR requested. So if we just add the language the director mentioned, I'm fine with if it's tied into 15 or as a separate item, but sounds like there's no, the applicant is fine with percolating it on site.
If I may, before Mr. Hurley speaks, I wait until a question is asked of me. If he's asked a question, I'd be happy to have him address it. But short of that, this point counterpoint, whenever he wants to get up, is disruptive to the proceeding and really not consistent with the commission's rule.
Chair, I agree with that, but I do get rebuttal. It's not appropriate for him.
I don't know that we get rebuttal.
It's not appropriate for him to build a record on this, and he's saying factually incorrect stuff.
He's not giving evidence here. If the commission has a question to one party, he can ask for it. They can ask for it, and they don't have to let every party go back and forth with each one. If they want to afford the parties that ability to do that, that's fine. If the parties are presenting evidence on something, I think that's fine too. So, I mean, if you would like to hear from either party on a question from another party, you certainly can, but I don't think it is mandatory for the commission to hear that in every case, because it's not having new evidence introduced, I would say. So I think that's ultimately up to the commission if they want to hear. I'm not saying it's a bad idea to do that, but I am saying that it's not mandatory, and every time you ask a party a question, to allow the other party to respond every time.
Yes, and Mr. Hurley, this did come up in the last meeting. As I was reviewing the minutes in preparation for this meeting, this did come up that we did say, please speak when you're spoken to, answer questions that are
Facts are getting misplaced here, though, Chair.
Okay,
That's the issue. And
I understand.
there is new evidence.
Excuse me, that's fine.
Okay,
That's fine,
can I
but
get on the record
again.
there is new evidence being presented, though. For example, they're saying that archaeological.
We cannot do this
Then
right now.
we'll file a
Okay,
motion.
we have had questions that have been directed just to you and not to the applicant, and vice versa.
Yeah, it just ultimately, when we're done, if there's a decision made that's adverse to either party, they can appeal, and they can certainly say if their due process rights were violated in some way, they can make those arguments. And so that can be done. But I do think, Commission, you're in deliberation now. I don't think it's a bad idea in your deliberation when you're crafting conditions to hear from the parties. I just don't think it is mandatory every time you hear from one party to have to hear from the other party. Again, I'm not saying it's not even a bad idea to do that. It can be a good idea to do that, but you don't have to do it in every case is the only point I would make. It's ultimately up to the chair on how those proceedings go. And I think that's pretty clear, but I think that's all I have to say at this point.
Sure, thank you. Yes, and I will say, I think my commissioners have been good about directing questions to each party to find out what they need to find out for the conditions that we are discussing. So, commissioners, Commissioner Dicos, would you be okay with adding this language on to number 15?
Sure.
Okay, and Commissioner Kealoha as the second. Are you okay with that? Okay. Is there any further discussion or question on this item? I think we can call for the vote.
Commissioner Hippolito.
Aye.
Commissioner Dicos.
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha.
Aye.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Aye.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Aye.
That's 5 votes, Chair.
Thank you. Motion carries. All right, I want to do a temperature check because we are just after 1 o'clock. I think people might be getting famished and hangry and in need of a breather. So commissioners, would you like a quick lunch break? Okay, it is 1:11 p.m. We are roughly halfway through our conditions, our pack of conditions. Can we come back at 1:30 sharp? Yeah. And we will resume. I think Commissioner Dicos, you have more concerns you wish to address with conditions? Yes? Okay, so we will pick up with you, and if you can, use this break time as much as possible to craft the conditions so we can move along as quickly as possible, because we do have our South Maui Community Plan meeting at 3, and we are on pace to just run right into that meeting. But in the interest of giving you some more brain break before then, as much as possible, please come up with your conditions during lunch. Okay? Go team. Thank you. See you at 1:30 sharp. Brilliant. Welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. We are returning to our Maui Planning Commission meeting of Tuesday, November 6, 2024. It is 1:38 p.m. sharp. Hopefully everybody has lunch and nourishment and hydration and energy ready to resume our delving into conditions on this project. Commissioner Dicos, we will come back to you. Do you know about how many more you might have to propose?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think about 4. I'll go through them fast.
Okay, let's do one at a time.
Okay, so still in the environmental, you want me to go ahead?
Yes.
Okay, so the landfill, we know that landfill, 40% of the built environment is responsible for landfill waste. So my proposal condition is the project will implement a plan to divert 95% of waste material away from the landfill. That may sound extreme. Living Building Challenge has all the documentation on how you can achieve that, how you can document that. So
Thank you. Commissioner Lindsay.
Can I just repeat
sorry.
that?
Oh, yeah. Can you repeat
Oh, no,
that?
can I
Oh,
repeat what
yes,
I've got?
staff will repeat that back to you, Commissioner Dicos, make sure they got it recorded correctly.
Yeah, so I've got that the project will implement a plan to divert 95% of the waste material away from the landfill.
yeah, just to clarify, that's the waste material from the project build.
Waste material from the project build. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Just a question for Commissioner Dicos. Is that study in Hawaii? I'm just worried about the logistical concerns, just getting resources to Hawaii at all. And then even removing it, we don't have like large commercial operations for alternatives. I'm just like I appreciate the sentiment, but it seems pretty extreme given our logistics, but you would know more.
Yeah, it's no, it's a heavy lift. There's no doubt. You have to get creative. You have to repurpose a lot. So there's a lot of guidance out there. Resources, like I said, it's part of a certification process.
Just in Hawaii though, like this has happened in Hawaii or island communities, other places, because we are far
Yeah,
from.
there is a living building project on the Big Island that's certified, that went through the process. There's one in process in Oahu, so it can be done in Hawaii.
And I think there is a construction material recycling facility in Kihei. I believe they came to this commission previously. So that does exist in Kihei.
And the scale was this large,
No,
close?
Big Island's an academic institution. Oahu is a residential home.
Could it be possible to modify that percentage to make this feasible?
I mean, I'm just weighing the benefits of 130 plus hotel rooms and the impact that the rest of the residents have to take on. So we live on an island. The landfill is a major burden for us. So I think the cumulative significant impacts of the project in that sense need to be mitigated, in my opinion. So no, I wouldn't reduce the percentage.
Commissioner Lindsay?
What about like toxic substances possibly? Like this hotel was built in the early 90s. Is there that? Because, you know, we don't have those facilities for sure.
You're saying if there's demolition and there's toxic, that will, how that's being dealt with?
Yeah, I mean, because like other places have recycling centers, they deal with toxic materials. I'm not really familiar what years these toxic things happened. So I just want to make sure that like, you know, asbestos, because that's a buzzword, isn't like intentionally being recycled on our island, those kinds of small, like we don't have that. We don't have that kind of, and even large composting facilities, we don't have very much. I'm just like looking at the scale and magnitude of recycling that much, and I appreciate it and I love it. And my daughter's first birthday for 500 people was zero waste. So like I am totally in support of this move, but I'm just very concerned about like it being possible.
I share your concern. And I'll get to toxic materials. That's my next one. But this is an improvement project. So this is materials being added, not necessarily taken away, but added.
Real fast. So one thing about this condition, Commissioner Decos, is it has to tie into the goals, objectives, and policies relating to the special management area itself. And this is getting into landfill diversion, which is Mr. Hopper's guidance is that it's a little bit separate. So if you could tie this in to special management area policies. Commissioner Lindsay?
Can we ask the applicant?
Sorry. Chair.
Mr. Hopper?
I don't know if we have checked if there's a second here. I mean, I know, Chair, you can go for it this way, but a lot of times it is a good practice to see if there's a second before proceeding. But I think that's up to you if you want to entertain questions first.
Well, I guess in one sense, though, if this doesn't tie into the SMA rules, then I don't know that we should have a second for it to go forward.
That's fine. That's up to you.
Well, I would just add that waste is, I mean, it's island wide. It's not restricted to any particular area. It's definitely a problem in the SMA. I don't know if any of the landfills are in the SMA areas, but the waste in general is problematic. So proper management of that waste material.
I guess Mr. Hopper, is there enough of a tie-in if this is work being done within the SMA?
I think if you're looking at mitigative measures such that during the work, there's not damage to the coastal ecosystem. That's certainly there. Landfill diversion, we would just want something to, there, HRS 205A-2 has a list of goals, objectives, and policies. I think with respect to the carbon footprint condition, you have, I think, some solid arguments as to how it ties in. But in this case, I'm just trying to find how this would directly relate to that. Not to say it's not a laudable goal, but we just have to make sure we're tying it here. So I don't know if you have access to 205A-2. There's a pretty long list of items, and I'm trying to go through and see if we've got some that would tie into something like that. I think, as you said, that is a general impact, and we would want to tie it to Coastal Zone Management Act, which has some pretty broad goals, objectives, and policies. But I just want to make sure we're tying it to there.
Yeah, I can see your point. The waste certainly applies. The landfill diversion aspect of it applies more to the landfill. So I can see that argument that there may be a disconnect there. So I will, I'll retract that.
I appreciate where you're going with that, though. Let's say. Perhaps Mr. Hopper can continue to look at that. Do you have further conditions you wish
Yeah,
to?
so the next one deals with material toxicity. It's sort of related. We saw in Lahaina the consequences of using toxic materials in the built environment. So the mitigation, the language I would propose is the project will use only non-red list materials in the improvements. And what red list materials are, those are materials that are harmful to people and planet. So there's, again, Living Building Challenge has an entire certification to eliminate toxic components in the built environment. And so we don't want that in the SMA.
Is there a second for that from anybody?
And then, Chair, as part of that, I think we definitely need a definition for what materials you're talking about that is incorporated into this condition, just so it's very clear to the applicant what they could and couldn't use.
I think he said the red list materials. That's a
Yeah, it's a Living Building Challenge published list. It's called the Red List of all the hazardous materials with alternatives. It's a database. They provide the alternatives to a non-toxic alternative.
Yeah, I think before putting that condition on, we would need a list of that, have the members and parties have access to that specific list. I mean, I'm not saying that there's necessarily a problem with the condition, but if you're going to have this type of condition, we'd want to be very clear on that, for the record. So I don't know if there's a way to put that into your condition here, but that would be something that I think is pretty important.
Can you provide a citation or reference?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't put it in the chat, but if planning department just wants to Google Living Building Challenge Red List, you'll get it right there. And let me know if you can't find it. I don't have good internet here.
Would you like me to place the link into the chat?
Yes, please.
So I'm just gonna, it's living-future.org /red list, I guess. So I'm gonna go ahead and just post that.
It's just been posted in the chat by Candace. Everybody see that? He wanted clarification on this first.
So Chair, is this, I'm not sure, is this the spreadsheet document that I see? It looks like it has over 12,000 materials listed, and it's dated April 2024.
Commissioner Dicos, is it a spreadsheet list?
Yes.
Okay. Effective April 2024. That information.
Well, I mean, you have the reference, I guess. I don't know if there's a second to this, but one of the concerns is that this would I don't know over the background of this list, how it was come up, or if either party, if any of the parties had had anything to say about it as far as putting in evidence as to the materials that are going to be listed. I don't know if there's specific materials that you'd want listed, but this, as I'm reading this, this contains over 12,000 different materials. And I don't know what kind of, I mean, I don't know what background was reviewed for this. So, I mean, perhaps if there's a second, we can look into going forward with it, but it's just not something that I'm familiar with enough at this point to give you a solid legal analysis on adding this at this point.
Commissioners, is there a second? Or questions? Commissioner Lindsay?
My concern is understanding that these people are the authority for the list. Like I don't see it as a government agency, which I would trust, I guess. You know, I'm not sure. I'm just where this list, like who validates this? And especially since it's out of my expertise extreme, then I'm not sure about that. There's other things, like there's a couple of things on the list like asphalt. And I feel like that's a very common product here. That doesn't mean we should use it or keep using it, but I assume most parking lots are asphalt.
Is there a way to modify this condition in another way, Commissioner Dicos? You know, I think the intent of what you're getting at is valid. It's just a matter of how to make this a clear and enforceable condition.
I mean, are there materials that, according to the record, you see that are being used that you believe will have an adverse impact that should not be used, or alternatives be used? Maybe that's a way we could narrow this to an extent. Just because it's a very broad list, and I'm not sure the best way to implement this as far as the concern. We can see a Coastal Zone Management Act concern for preventing toxic substances from ending up in the, you know, in the ocean or in the environment. But I think a little bit more precision would be advised if possible.
Yeah, so I don't have a materials list. I'm pretty sure they probably don't have a materials list to provide. But in general, the body that oversees this, it's similar to LEED, except they take it to another level. LEED is a less bad way. LBC is that positive way to build. So generally what happens is they provide a materials list to the certification body, and they will provide feedback in that. So again, I recognize this may seem extreme, but it's tallying up all the significant environmental, ecological impacts and weighing that against the community benefits of the project. So I'm just listing my concerns of those impacts.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, I looked that up, and I had one concern about the chlorofluorocarbons, which that's what you use in air conditioning. So without those, they can't put in air conditioning. So I think that's probably an important one. It's in your car, it's in your house.
I can assure you that that's not the case. You can still have an AC system.
Commissioner Kealoha.
I'm pretty sure
by
that
Commissioner Lee.
CFCs have been banned. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that CFCs are banned. All of these are just I'm not like an organic chemist, but these classes of chemicals are pretty well known in like the industry of organic chemistry, PFAS, pHs, like these have pretty well established harmful impacts to health of ecosystems in general, including marine ecosystems, but like PFAS, PFAS is specific. I think we could, sorry, I'm going all over the place, but maybe we could choose specific ones in here that we know we could sorry, maybe there's specific ones in here that we could call out within certain classes. Commissioner Decos, I see Commissioner Lindsay's concern over asphalt. Just a thought.
Yeah, that might work better. I think if you make specific reference, then you don't need to worry about what source list that is being referred to here. If what Commissioner Kealoha is saying, is widely industry accepted toxic materials. Commissioner Decos.
So there's no doubt there are widely used toxic materials that are in industry, and that's the purpose of that is to address that. I don't think anyone expected a line of fires to have the toxicity we did. That's just a product that doesn't showcase the human health issues of breathing all these VOCs and other products, vinyl and finish and all the, anyway. So it's addressing health, human health and environmental health. And again, I've been a big proponent of this. We're designing a project based on this. So we understand it's doable, working with people that have done this. So it's not out of the realm of possibility because of what I know, but it's certainly not the norm.
So can this, and again, I think as people have acknowledged, this condition is well intended. So is it possible to modify the language to say that, construction shall not use noxious materials or, materials, paints, etc., that have that contain substances such as X, Y, and Z that Commissioner Kealoha listed? You know, is there that kind of language we can craft for this?
Personally, I think that'll be a challenge to try to identify stuff and go through a list and have it be enforceable. I'm throwing this out because it is an actual certification. So just like you would go for a lead point system, you would achieve a certain criteria that has very specific criteria to achieve, and then so I'm referring to this because it's the only reference that I know of that addresses this in a systematic, enforceable way.
Okay,
I don't know how to do it partially.
okay, so I'm just making sure I heard you correctly that this is akin to like LEED certification.
Well, within LEED, you would try to achieve an energy, goal. You would try to achieve a water goal. There are healthy material goals. It doesn't go to this extent, but it's a similar thing. I'm not familiar with the LEED certification for healthy materials, but it's essentially what this is, but it's under the living building framework.
Okay, so there is a condition here that I believe is stemming from the original staff report and recommendations. To be analogous to this is in number 26, that all new elements covered under this SMA permit scope of work shall be designed to achieve LEED guidelines for water efficiency. So could it be something along the lines of construction materials for this project shall achieve living future certification? Something to that effect?
We could probably avoid all of this and just say that the project has to meet Living Building Challenge certification. Yes, that would address everything.
And everything being, what is the everything?
Potable water, carbon, energy, wastewater, stormwater, materials. Address all of it.
And is it one certification or is it like different kinds of living future certifications? Like there's LEED guidelines for water efficiency, for instance.
Yeah, it's one, if it's a full Living Building Challenge certification, it's one certification. You can, for example, eliminate materials or not go for the carbon and do a net zero. It's similar to LEED. You could have, LEED has bronze, silver, gold, platinum. So they have sort of sub tiers of certification, but a living certification addresses all of it. That would save a lot of time.
Okay, so would you want to propose a condition to that effect? If that would save us time and be comprehensive and achieve, I think, the goal of mitigating a lot of impacts.
Sure.
Chair,
Sure,
you would also want to go over all of those and
Right,
understand what
yes,
their
yes.
meaning.
Of course,
We're looking at one right now.
Yes.
And so I don't know if there's a second to that
right.
motion that we've heard for the one or where.
Well, this might take the place of that motion, if I'm hearing it correctly.
Yeah, I'd be happy to pull all of them and have one motion but I'm not sure everyone's familiar with, there's 20 imperatives under a Living Building Challenge, 7 categories.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to go through all of that, but I'm certainly happy to propose one motion for the certification.
Okay, hold that thought. Commissioner Hippolito, followed by Commissioner Kealoha.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask Mr. Chipcase a question in regards to this.
Mm-hmm.
Cal Chipchase for the applicant.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chipcase. I know everyone's trying to look at environmental and compliance, and I support that. My question to you is that would you oppose having language as a condition that your project will meet CFRs. Have you heard of CFRs? 40 CFR 29? Code of
Not
Federal-
offhand.
Code
Not
of Fed-
offhand,
Code of Federal Regulations. We are governed by that. 29 is OSHA. 40 is environmental. We fall under Hawaii Region 9, EPA. Everything that we do needs to be in compliance. Now, the state of Hawaii can go more than what Code of Federal Regulation states, but not less than that. Would you be opposed in putting a condition in here, the word that your project will comply with all Code of Federal Regulations, which is by law that you have to? And it will address some of the concerns that we have here.
Certainly, Commissioner, if it's part of the code, we would have no objection to that. I would have deep concerns about the Living Building Challenge certification proposal from Commissioner Dekos.
Thank you. Chair, that's my a question that I wanted to ask.
Thank you.
I wanted to continue that, again, we fall under Region 9. We have to be compliant with CFRs, Code of Federal Regulations 40 and 29. Which we deal with, I deal with every day. Contractors, everyone in the industry, does not matter what industry, you have to be compliant, whether it's from an OSHA or from an EPA standpoint. And a lot of this is being brought up because of toxicity, VOCs, it's already there. Painters today, for example, are using no VOC paints. And it's already part of the law, in the construction industry. So my point that I'm making is that we should be compliant with the federal laws. And if the state has a law that is more stringent than the federal laws, then we have to comply with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Kealoha.
I was just gonna second Commissioner Dekos's motion, but it sounds like the applicant might not be on board with that anyways.
Okay, so we need to figure out how to move forward from here. It sounds like what Commissioner Hipólito is saying is that there are federal laws already in place that mandate, prohibit the use of like toxic substances in construction. So there's already a condition, I believe, that they have to follow all applicable laws and regulations, which I think covers what Commissioner Hipólito is saying. But it sounds like what Commissioner Dekos is proposing goes beyond those. Is that correct?
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay, so we heard from the applicant that they would have concerns with having to comply with that. Which I think brings me back to, is there another condition that can be crafted? So this is somewhere beyond federal regulation that Commissioner Hipólito has brought up. But perhaps not as stringent as what the Living Future certification is.
I think the starting point would have to be at what point does existing law based on the record not provide adequate protection to the special management area with respect to how this building's being built? What do you believe is the potential harm that needs to be mitigated that's not mitigated by existing regulations? And then I think targeting that to provide those extra protections is what the conditions are generally for. So I think that's where we would we'd be looking at.
Chair,
Yes.
I don't know if that was directed at me, but it sounded like you want me to go through any potential materials that are legal to build with that are on the red list and explain why it's on the red list.
I don't think it's explaining why it's on the red list. You know, in the interest of moving this forward, so it sounds like there aren't enough people, even among the commission, that are familiar enough with the Living Future Red List to be able to be comfortable with imposing that as a condition. And so, your drive to, you know, prevent the use of toxic materials within the shoreline, I think is well heard. The place we're at now is, you know, given the existing laws that are in place already, that Commissioner Hippolito has said already prohibit the use of some of these substances, like what more would there be a need? What more of a need is there for a condition to further prohibit these materials that are like not addressed by existing laws?
Yeah, all I can do is give you the motion that's on the floor. So if it doesn't pass, then it doesn't pass. I can go on to the next item, but I don't have a list of specific items that will meet, you know, that will make me feel like the concern has been mitigated.
Okay. Because your concern is beyond those that are already prohibited by,
Yes, absolutely.
but you don't have specifics on those.
I mean, I can start talking about some. I mean, a lot of them are paints and finishes and varnishes. Vinyl flooring is a big one. A lot of the drywall, I mean, I can go on and on. There are glues, different
Yeah.
caulking types. There's very toxic ones. There's some
So there's ones of those that are not covered by the laws that Mr.
Correct.
Commissioner Hippolito brought up.
Correct.
Okay. But you don't have like easy reference to those beyond this 14,000 item long red list. Okay. Commissioner Kealoha, as the second on this motion, do you have any more insight to add?
I was the second on the motion for the Living Building Challenge, which I have heard
Okay.
of as a whole. Like, I also am on board with you. I support this, but I just feel uncomfortable because I don't know some of these on here. So without like having a background education, it's hard for me to support it. But certainly some of these I would support that I know. Yes.
Okay, so I think we do have a motion on the floor then for full certification, full Living Future certification. It's got a second to it.
Actually, commissioners, the motion on the floor is still that the project will use only non-red list materials as published
Okay.
in the Living Building Challenge in its improvements.
But that, we did not get a second for that.
Okay, and then it went on to the next one.
And then it went on to the next one.
So Chair, I think it's important that we state the motion because I don't think we have a clear
Okay.
motion yet.
Yes, so like Commissioner Kealoha said, she was seconding this motion for the full Living Future certification.
Right. We need the actual language that we
Okay.
want to use. So I just want to be really clear about
Okay.
what that language is because I don't think any of us heard the actual language for that motion.
Okay, Commissioner Tikos?
The motion would be that the project would meet full Living Building Challenge certification.
So that the applicant shall receive full living building certification for its proposed project.
Sure.
Do we have a reference or a citation to where this is? I mean, I don't know all of the requirements. So to advise you on imposing all the requirements, would want to know that first and then go through them and see what the requirements are. Is there a citation to, I mean, I assume it's this website where the list is also, but it'd be good in the motion to incorporate by reference any citation you're looking at. But again, I caution that I don't know. I'm not familiar with this program or what it would require.
Yeah, I can provide it, or I'm sure that you can Google it and get, it's the same website, livingfuture.org/living building challenge. Or it might be /LBC.
It's /LBC. 3.
I'm not going to be able to do this.
Okay.
You guys, I mean, it's from a legal wise perspective. You guys can go what you want to do. So I'll know what it entails too, I would say.
Yeah. Okay. I guess discussion on this. Director.
I just want to make sure that we have the right thing. There's a, looking for the, oh, hold on. Living Building Challenge 4.1 Program Manual. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we could cite Living Building in accordance with Living Building Challenge 4.1 Program Manual dated April 2024.
Yes.
Commissioner Kealoha is the second. Are you on board with that?
Yes, Chair.
Would you like to speak to this as the move on and then as the second?
Yeah, I'll be brief. So, the challenge is determining what the significant impacts are. There are ways to build that eliminate all significant impacts, I should say, all negative impacts on the environment and on people. LEED, we're all familiar with LEED. LEED is a less bad way to build. You can mitigate, you can minimize impacts on water and carbon and all those things. Living is a net positive. You actually improve the environment and the community you build in. So that framework, if the goal here is to have a project that eliminates all negative impacts, this would be the framework they would need to achieve.
Thank you. Commissioner Kealoha?
No further comments.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, let's call for the vote on this.
Commissioner Hippolito.
I'm gonna say no, because
Commissioner-
there are laws in place, Code of Federal Regulations, which all projects need to follow. Not just this project, but every project. And so I'm gonna say no.
Mahalo. Commissioner Dikos.
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha.
Aye.
Commissioner Lindsay.
No, I think there are too many variables. I wish I knew more about the subject to have a confident answer in this because I support everything that it means, but it's just way too many variables for me.
Mahalo. Vice Chair Thompson.
I can't support this.
Mahalo. Chair Thayer.
I think I'm with the other commissioners that I wish I had more information about this previously. I like the intent, but I think we need a lot more education on this before we move forward. So I'm also a no.
So the vote fails with 2 in favor.
Okay, Commissioner Dikos, I think you have more to propose.
Yeah, I'll try to go quick. So the part of the parcel is within the erosion hazard line. So at some point, natural beach processes are going to be knocking on the door of the luau area, the pools. The pools, although, are not part of this. I guess it mainly applies to the luau area. So the condition would be that the plan will be in place that will not disrupt natural beach processes. So this ties into the CZM, the goals of the CZM to allow natural beach migration. So I don't know if that language was stated properly. So they would have a plan in place to allow the natural migration of the beach landward, I guess is how I'd rephrase it.
Commissioner Lindsay?
My concern with that is, we're trying to, is the amount of EV that is there, if it will probably be exposed. And I'm not sure, like, the protocol on that, which is probably already established, I'm assuming. But I do not want a bunch of bones sticking out on a beach. Just to make that clear.
I'll have a second.
The department's trying to work on this language. Commissioner Ducos?
Yeah, and I apologize. I was actually going to ask that question earlier when we were talking about the number of EV in the luau area. So I would put a condition. I don't know how to phrase it. Maybe Commissioner Lindsay can assist, but natural beach processes that also allow for the respectful treatment of the EV, or maybe there's better language than that.
Commissioner Lindsay?
Maybe something along the lines of following SHPE guidelines, with when it comes to EV, exposed EV, because they probably have a process.
Director?
I don't know if this does this. So reading the whole potential motion, the applicant will put a plan in place to allow natural beach migration landward, but allow for the protection of EV kupuna. Maybe in accordance with SHPE preservation guidelines or something, in accordance with.
Yeah, the preservation guidelines that are already in place. I'm not sure which entity to cite there.
Suggestions. Existing.
Can you maybe try to read out loud what you've got?
Me?
Yeah.
The applicant will put a plan in place to allow natural beach migration landward, but allow for the protection of EV kupuna in accordance with the existing burial preservation guidelines established by Burial Council.
SHPD, Borough Council, or applicable entity?
I'm not sure if we should leave it open to applicable entity.
Yeah, let's do that. We could just say the
Applicable entity.
Okay.
No, I don't, I think we should remove that is what I'm trying to say. Because who is the applicant, who isn't, how do you get certified as an applicable entity? I think SHPE has the last call on this.
Unless you want to say SHPD or Borough Council?
SHPE Burial Council, yes.
Okay, try read that out loud. The applicant will put it, okay, I feel like I read this part a lot, but here we go. The applicant will put a plan in place to allow natural beach migration landward, but allow for the protection of EV kupuna in accordance with existing burial preservation guidelines established by SHPD or the Burial Council. Or should it be and or. So that'll be and or the Burial Council to allow for maximum involvement.
Is there a, because, in this case, the interveners were, concerned because we didn't add evidence from the Maui and Lanai Burial Council. Is that a separate entity?
Borough Council is separate from SHPD. That's why
But
we put them both in this.
Yeah.
is so the Maui, okay, I'm just making sure those are both covered. And there wasn't a third, is what I was thinking.
Candace, any thoughts?
I have a couple. So Kate, I was,
State, county entities.
oh, okay. I mean, it's going to be state, right, with SHPD and Burial Council. But I just wanted to circle back to, I thought we had removed the turf from the shoreline setback area earlier. So I was just wanting to maybe refresh on what activities are occurring now in the shoreline setback since that has been removed. Because if there's no activities occurring in the shoreline setback anymore, but the removal of the turf, is this an appropriate condition?
So the condition, and without reading again for everybody, the condition would allow the natural beach migration to occur landward except for to protect EV kupuna. But what Planner Thackerson is saying is that basically this is, since there are no more activities, thank you, occurring within the shoreline, that perhaps this isn't even an appropriate condition.
I mean, if you're still looking at the SMA as an issue, then, I mean, you're looking at an SMA issue. I mean, we could ask Commissioner Deacos after that reminder, but you know, that's sort of up to the body as to whether or not that's an applicable condition.
So in as much as this is in the SMA, then taking account of each process is applicable.
I mean, I don't want to advocate for or against a condition necessarily. I think it's the area, just because you're not, I would say just because you're not doing an actual use in the shoreline doesn't necessarily mean this wouldn't be applicable. But I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the direct concern is from the person making the motion. I'm just saying if the response is that the turf's not being there anymore, I don't know if that necessarily with that reminder means that there's no purpose to have the condition whatsoever. I mean, I guess you'd want to see somewhere on the record, there's a potential threat to that natural migration or something proposed in the project that would prevent that.
Commissioner Deacos.
Yeah, I guess the concern, and maybe it's not coming out in the condition, but the concern is this is an area of activity they want to use for whatever purposes. And once that area becomes compromised by the high wash of the wave, there's going to be a desire to defend it, to protect it, to preserve, you know, in some ways, shape or form. And the goal is we know what happens when private property defend, that we lose the public trust. So the goal here is to say, yes, when that time arrives and this particular area, which is part of our improvement project, becomes impacted by the high wash of the wave, we will allow the public trust to proceed naturally. We won't. Does that make sense?
Yes. I'm not sure how much that applies to the scope of this project. Yes. I guess, is there a second to this? Oh, second from Commissioner Lindsay. Okay. Commissioner Lindsay, as a second, would you like to speak to this item?
In this kind of case where it's kind of a yard area, and it makes sense, to have some sort of plan. We're running into way too many problems, with the managed retreats, in our coast. So, anticipating the problem before it happens, I support.
Okay, thank you. Is there further discussion on this item? Other commissioners? Questions? Vice Chair?
Is this within the scope of this project?
Well, I guess it's up to interpretation. So the way, like what Commissioner Lindsay just said, she sees that, there's the luau grounds are right up against the shoreline setback line. At some point, arguably, things are going to accrue or, wash inland to some extent. And she is the concern that they are addressing with this condition is that anticipated future encroachment further into the property from the shoreline. And so being ahead of that is where this condition is coming from.
So it would be some sort of plan that says when we lose 10 feet, we move the chairs or take out the pool or whatever it is.
Commissioner Lindsay or Commissioner Tikos?
Yeah, just whatever it takes to not impede beach processes. It doesn't, whatever is impeding the beach process will be removed.
But as Commissioner Lindsay said, keeping safe iwi kupuna that could be exposed as this happens. Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, I think we'll take the vote on this item. Okay, seeing none.
Commissioner Hipolito.
I think having a plan is good. How it's written really makes the difference. So I gotta agree to having a plan in case when it does happen, having a written plan. So I'm gonna support this.
Mahalo. Commissioner Dikos.
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha.
Aye.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Aye.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Aye.
That's 5 votes in favor.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Commissioner Tikos, do you have another one?
Yeah, potable water. I'll just read it.
Oh,
So-
hold on. We'll get to potable water. That's further down the list.
Okay.
There's a section on water. So can you hold off on that until we get there?
Yeah, my other two are potable and wastewater.
Okay, those
I
are
have-
both.
Just one, I don't know what the mitigation, but it was brought up, we have the Maui Island plan discusses the balance of visitors to tourism, visitors to resident of 1/3. We've gone way beyond that. So how do you mitigate to get back to that balanced ratio? That was one of my other concerns, and I don't know how to mitigate that. So the other two are potable and stormwater. So I'll.
Okay, hold those. We'll get there. Commissioner Lindsay?
Can I comment on the first
The first about
of Dikos?
the water or the Maui Island plan?
The tourist
Oh,
impact.
yeah, yes, yeah.
I think we have, by removing the Minatoya list, I think it will balance out, because there will be less places to stay. So the visitors are going to all migrate to the hotels in theory. So I think in terms of like net zeroing the impacts of the additional impacts of these tourists, we have mitigated it through removing the Minatoya list, from them being able to stay there.
Sure.
Commissioner Dicos, followed by Commissioner Kealoha.
So just to throw numbers out, you know, and this is 2020, so it's a little outdated, but we had 70,000 visitors per day instead of the recommended 50,000. So we were quite a bit ahead. So I'm not sure if the Minatoya stuff addresses 20,000 visitors per day to get us back in balance.
Commissioner Kealoha, followed by Commissioner Lindsay.
Has the Minatoya list been voted on? Because I may have missed that. I thought
No,
it's-
not yet. So we
Okay.
passed the recommendation, so the council has yet to take action.
Okay.
Commissioner Lindsay.
I feel like within the scope of this project, we would just be mitigating those 137 new rooms. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I feel
Yeah.
like that has been mitigated and by the Minatoya list removal, even if at our capacity, we voted on that. So I think that's something worth noting.
Commissioner Dicos.
So the net impact of this project is adding 100 and I keep forgetting the number, but those extra rooms are adding, so that the project itself is not mitigating anything to meet that balance. But I understand where Commissioner Lindsay is saying we've made actions in other places, but as far as this project is concerned, it's not mitigating that issue. But that was all I wanted to say.
Okay, so is there well, I guess you're voicing a concern, not suggesting a condition at this point. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think this can be mitigated. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, because this is a hotel improvement and expansion project. So just by virtue of that is resulting in net positive number of visitor accommodations. Okay. In the interest of moving this along, because we have 20 minutes until our community plan meeting at 3:00. Can we see, we're probably gonna have to defer this, but can we keep note of the progress that we have made today and pick up where we leave off?
Yes, we may.
Okay. Commissioners, how much of a break are you going to need before 3:00? Like, do we want to try and work on like one more condition? Or do we give ourselves a break now? Commissioner Lindsay, I think I saw you raise your hand.
I was just under the assumption that we were stopping that one now, as long as Dicos's input was finished. But I mean, if we want to stop at a subject, if we closed the last subject, I think we should stop there.
Okay. Well, I guess we could go through, unless anybody has anything on affordable housing, that would be the next one. There's only one there. Which is that the applicant shall comply with chapter 2.96. Anybody have any changes to that? No? Okay. So then the next subject areas are traffic and roadways, the transportation management plan, water, beach parking, and the chapel. Ms. Thackerson, do you have something?
No, if you guys were wrapping it up, I was just gonna write down the stopping point, and I was going to suggest a deferral date.
Okay. Yes, so we would pick up commissioners with traffic and roadways. Okay. Everybody good with that? All right. And in the meantime, think about the concerns that you have, I think all of which are valid, and work as much as possible to think about conditions that you would impose to address those concerns that you have. Director.
Yeah, and to that end, specific language for those conditions is really critical because it saves a ton of time if we don't have to create it on the fly. So please come with specific conditions.
But we are nearing the end of this item, and it is a slog, as it should be, because this is a big project. So Commissioner Kealoha.
Sorry, I was just gonna ask what the time is of what is the time frame of the South Maui Community Plan?
That starts at 3, but go ahead, Ms.
So
Thackerson.
it starts at 3 o'clock, but I was just waiting to offer deferral dates for
Okay.
this item. Whenever
Was that your question, Commissioner Kealoha?
Yeah, well, also, are we ending at 7 or 8? I need to know.
I believe 7.
We traditionally end at 7.
Yeah, we've been ending at 7.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, deferral dates.
Yeah, so the first available date is going to be the second meeting in January on the 28th.
Everybody.
How does that sound to, let's check with the applicant and interveners,
Mhm.
hearings officer and everybody.
Cal Chip Chase for the applicant, that's fine.
Hi, Brian Hurley on behalf of the interveners. We would prefer the next meeting. We'd like to get this over with and get going on this. Also, January, I believe we have Kahana Sunset contested case starting early January. And we again we think we should do that consecutively too and get that going as well. We'd hate to break that up. So kind of thinking about that, just our thoughts.
Yes, but I think the next agenda is already spoken for, so we won't be able to use that. And the 14th is already taken, as you said. And so our next available, to your point, getting this as soon as possible, the next available is going to be that second meeting in January.
Yes, the next meeting in December, you have your training with the multiple different agencies. So that one's quite lengthy, as well as that resolution that we brought up, the council initiated one. And then the first meeting in January, we have the Kahana Sunset contested case beginning, and we potentially have some other items that might come down from the director's office, maybe in response to your site visit that we also still have to plan, the one that we said earlier today. So I think it'd be better if we put it in a second one in January.
Okay. At this point, Commissioner Lindsay?
I do want to invite the applicant to possibly come up with suggestions of conditions of things we discussed that we were interested in, but didn't work out.
Would you be interested in hearing from that from the interveners as well?
Sure. Yeah. As long as it's short, kind of list form.
Mm-hmm. As easily digestible as possible.
Yes, we need all of our brain for the next 4 hours.
Okay, so can we have a motion to defer this item to the January 28th meeting?
I move to defer.
I make a motion to defer today's this project till January 28th.
Okay. Is there a second? Second from Commissioner Lindsay. You want to speak to your motion?
No, thanks.
Okay. Any discussion from the second?
I look forward to finishing it up at that meeting. Thank you.
Discussion from anybody else? Everybody will come prepared with everything to the point, and we'll have a organized and expeditious discussion to close out this item. Yes.
Findings of fact.
Speak it into existence. Call for a vote.
Great progress today, team. Okay, Commissioner Hipolito.
Aye.
Commissioner Dikos.
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha.
Aye.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Aye.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Aye.
Chair Thayer, we have 5 votes.
Motion carries. See this party back on January 28th.
Okay, more.
All right, and we've gone through everything else on the agenda except for one thing.
The next meeting.
Oh, yes.
So your next meeting will be December 10th, 2024,
Oh, we
right?
went over that. Yeah.
But we didn't say the date.
Oh.
So this is item F on our agenda. Yes, so that's the next day.
Okay. Meeting adjourned. See you at 3 o'clock. Thank you, everybody.